This is exactly why labels are nervous about AI. Not because AI creates music, but because it forces clarity about who really owns what. Labels fear ambiguity more than imitation. UMG, WMG, Sony, they're not panicking because AI can make songs. They're panicking because AI challenges attribution, authorship, royalty chains, legacy contracts written decades ago. If courts start asking, what actually constitutes authorship, then Sting's former bandmates in the Police, guitar. The world of music is never without its dramas, and a prime example is Sting and his current lawsuit that's going on. Sting's former bandmates in the Police, guitarist Andy Summers and drummer Stuart Copeland, filed a lawsuit in the London High Court claiming they were not properly credited or paid royalties for their contributions to the band's hugely successful catalog, particularly the 1983 hit Every Breath You Take. They argue that they are owed money for income from the digital exploitation of the band's music, and their claim is reportedly worth millions in unpaid royalties. This legal action revives old disputes about how publishing and royalty income was shared in the Police, a band that became one of the most commercially successful acts in the late 70s and early 80s. Sting hasn't given a direct public statement about the lawsuit itself, but his lawyers have responded in court filings. They argue that the lawsuit is an illegitimate attempt to reinterpret prior agreements about payments. Sting may have actually overpaid Summers and Copeland under the terms of a 2016 agreement designed to settle earlier disputes over royalties. The legal defense claims Sting has already met his obligations and that the plaintiff's reading of historic agreements is incorrect. Every Breath You Take remains one of the band's biggest global hits, generating significant ongoing income, up to the tune of over $500,000 yearly. Multiply that by almost 40, and the numbers are staggering. Sting is officially credited as the song's sole songwriter, which is central to the dispute over who gets paid what. The Police originally formed in 1977 and broke up in 1984, though they have been reunited for tours over the years. The original royalty and contract arrangements from that era are long-standing points of contention. So far, there is no direct public comment from Sting himself on the lawsuit, only responses from his legal team. Ironically, Sting sold his catalog to UMG for over $300 million. And it quietly exposes the truth that many people don't want to confront. It just goes to show you what this is really about. The lawsuit that we're going through in the media regarding AI isn't about technology, it's about ownership. It's about leverage, it's about timing. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Human music has always had authorship conflict. These two individuals believe that their contributions made the song what it is and therefore should have songwriting credit. For decades, bands functioned under an illusion of shared creation. One person writes the song, others bring it to life. Everyone benefits until the money becomes massive. In Every Breath You Take, Sting wrote the lyrics and the melody. Summers created the defining riff. Copeland shaped the feel. Legally, one songwriter. Creatively, a collective moment. That tension existed long before AI, streaming, or tech companies. AI didn't create the problem. It just exposed it faster. Catalog sales turned old wounds into lawsuits. You see, the key trigger here isn't 1983. It's 2022. when Sting sold his catalog to Universal for about $300 million. That's the same pattern we're seeing now. Artists selling catalogs, rights becoming financial instruments, legacy contributions suddenly being reevaluated. Once rights are monetized at that scale, every credit matters, every percentage becomes existential, every past compromise gets reopened. This is exactly why labels are nervous about AI, not because AI creates music, but because it forces clarity about who really owns what. Labels fear ambiguity more than imitation. UMG, WMG, Sony, they're not panicking because AI can make songs. They're panicking because AI challenges attribution, authorship, royalty chains, legacy contracts written decades ago. If courts start asking, what actually constitutes authorship, then suddenly producers, session players, arrangers, engineers, and of course, AI-assisted agents or creators all become part of a much messier picture. The Sting case reminds everyone, we've been living with fuzzy definitions for 50 years. AI just makes that fuzziness impossible to ignore. SUNO isn't the villain, it's the mirror. Platforms like SUNO are being treated as the threat, but look closer. SUNO says paid users own output. Free users get limited rights. Style is not the same as ownership. Human input matters. That's actually cleaner than many historic band arrangements. Isn't it ironic? AI platforms are spelling things out, and legacy music deals never ever did on that level. The police didn't have GitHub-style version history. They didn't have prompt logs. They didn't have contribution tracking. But AI systems do. That terrifies an industry built on creative ambiguity. You see, my friends, this lawsuit strengthens the AI argument. It doesn't weaken it. But here's the uncomfortable truth. If every breath you take were created today, contributions would be documented, splits would be negotiated up front, and credits would be explicit. Royalties would be algorithmically tracked. Instead, we're in court 40 years later. So when labels argue AI threatens artists, what they mean is AI threatens legacy power structures that benefited from vague authorship. The real reason for AI musicians can be gleaned from this case because it sends a loud message to AI creators that intent matters, documentation matters, original human contributions, lyrics, chords, melody, beats as well. It matters. Ownership clarity matters, which is exactly what I've been preaching all the while. Write your lyrics. Write your melodies, my friends. Use AI as arranger, producer, amplifier. Pay for the tools. Be transparent. The approach is actually more defensible than half of rock history. The final thing I want you to take away is the music industry is not suddenly becoming unfair because of AI. It's finally being forced to reckon with fairness it avoided for decades. Sting versus the police isn't an AI story. It's a precedent story. And the outcome will echo straight into AI music lawsuits label negotiations, platform policies, creator rights in the next decade. Because you do know UMG is front and center of all this. After all, they're the ones with the bag in hand. All that great catalog content. Now they have to be front and center along with Sting in this rather interesting case.
The civil case filed at the High Court in London was brought by guitarist Andy Summers and drummer Stewart Copeland. They claimed they were underpaid for their contributions to major police recordings, including Roxanne and Every Breath You Take. While neither Summers nor Copeland received formal songwriting credit on those songs, they argue that the band entered into an agreement early in their career to share certain publishing income regardless of who was officially credited as the songwriter. According to Summers and Copeland, this arrangement began as an oral agreement in 1977, shortly after the band formed, and was later formalized through written contracts. The intent, they claim, was to acknowledge the creative and commercial value of each member's contribution, even when one person, primarily Sting, wrote the lyrics and melody. Sting, whose real name is Gordon Sumner, has strongly denied underpaying his bandmates. In court filings, his legal team described the claims as illegitimate, arguing that he has met, and in some cases exceeded, his contractual obligations. They further contend that later agreements explicitly close the door on any future or historic royalty claims. A band built on success and tension. The Police formed in 1977 and rapidly became one of the most successful British bands of the late 1970s and early 1980s. Their fifth album, Synchronicity, released in 1983, included Every Breath You Take, which reached #1 in the United States and went on to become one of the most played radio songs of all time. The track later gained renewed prominence after being sampled in P. Diddy and Faith Evans' 1997 hit, I'll Be Missing You. Despite their success, the band split in 1984 amid deep personal and creative tensions. Stewart Copeland later described the recording sessions for Synchronicity as very dark, saying the band members beat the crap out of each other emotionally and professionally during that period. Sting has since spoken openly about his frustration during those years. In a 2022 interview, he said he felt constrained by the band dynamic, explaining that while he would write enough material for a full album, he was also required to consider songs written by the other members that he believed were weaker. Explaining to someone why their song isn't working is a bit like saying their girlfriend's ugly, he said. It's a very personal thing. Contributions versus credits. While Sting was the primary songwriter for the Police's biggest hits, both Summers and Copeland made significant musical contributions to the band's sound. Summers has long claimed that he originated the now iconic guitar riff on Every Breath You Take, while Copeland's distinctive drumming style shaped the band's rhythmic identity. Documents submitted to the High Court show that in 1977, the band agreed that when one member received publishing income for a song they had written, they would share a portion, typically around 15%, with the other two members. This payment was described as an arranger's fee. However, the origins of this agreement are disputed. Summers recalls it being agreed upon informally on a street outside their manager Miles Copeland's office in Notting Hill. Sting, on the other hand, argues that there was no oral agreement, stating instead that Miles Copeland suggested the idea during a visit to Sting's flat in Bayswater as a way to keep things sweet with the band, without Summers or Copeland present. Regardless of how it began, the arrangement was later formalized in 1981 and revised again in 1995 and 2016. The legal fault line: royalties. At the heart of the current dispute is a technical but crucial question: which types of royalties Summers and Copeland are entitled to receive. Music publishing income is generally divided into two main categories: performance royalties, paid when a song is played publicly, such as on radio, television, or streaming platforms; mechanical royalties paid when a song is reproduced, including physical formats like vinyl and CD, as well as on-demand streaming.
Summers and Copeland argue that their agreement entitles them to a share of both categories. Sting maintains that the agreement covers only mechanical royalties. Sting's lawyers also argue that under the terms of the 2016 agreement, all three members agreed not to pursue any past or future royalty claims. Summers and Copeland dispute this interpretation, asserting that the agreement does not prevent them from challenging how those terms were applied. The claim is estimated to be worth approximately £1.5 million. Sting's legal team denies any underpayment and argues that Summers and Copeland may, in fact, owe him money due to alleged overpayments.
Why this matters now. The timing of the lawsuit is significant. In 2022, Sting sold the right to his songwriting catalog, including both his solo work and songs he wrote for the Police, to Universal Music Group. The deal was reportedly worth around $200 million. Once music rights are monetized at that scale, every credit, percentage point, and historical agreement becomes far more consequential. What may have once been tolerated as a loose or ambiguous arrangement can quickly turn into a high-stakes legal dispute. And in that sense, the case is not just about the Police or one song. It's about how creative contributions are defined, documented, and valued long after the music is made.
AI didn't break the system. It revealed where the cracks always were.
There's often a lot of discomfort at the beginning of a new year, and more so in this age of artificial intelligence. And that's why today I want to share with you my future predictions for artificial intelligence and creativity. In 2026, AI will transform from experimental novelty to essential infrastructure. The question will no longer be, should we use AI, but rather it should be, in 2026, how do we use AI to amplify human vision while preserving what makes us irreplaceable? There will be an institutional convergence. The big three align. By mid-2026, Sony, Universal, and Warner will reach functional convergence in their AI strategies. While each maintains distinct branding, their operational frameworks will align around three core principles: unified licensing, comparable guardrails, and authorized AI offerings. There will be similar terms, but there will be parallel policies on deepfakes, voice cloning, and posthumous artist exploitation. This convergence does not signal uniformity, it signals market maturation. The experimental phase will end. The industrial phase will begin. What was once fragmented innovation becomes standardized infrastructure, creating a level, competitive field where execution speed matters more than technical novelty. There will be many that disagree, many who will be unhappy, but it will remain. Disney's £1 billion move. While music labels settled lawsuits, Disney executed the film industry's Nixon to China moment with a $1 billion equity investment in OpenAI. This wasn't a defensive hedge, it was an offensive platform play that fundamentally repositioned Disney from passive streaming to active creation, having a sandbox. The Disney Sora deal structure is Disney Plus now features authorized IP sandboxes where subscribers use licensed characters, Mickey Mouse, Marvel heroes, Star Wars icons, to generate fan-inspired short films via Sora integration. So much for the art haters, the fandom art hater community, who will despise this, but no matter how loud their cries, Disney will plow down this path. Disney didn't fight the AI video movement. They legalized and monetized it, transforming from content distributor to IP landlord. The strategic brilliance as AI-generated content explodes across the internet, Disney ensures that their IP remains controlled. It's a smart move. I don't blame Bob Iger for going down this path. Every creator becomes a brand ambassador. It's smart. No matter how high the cries of the anti-AI movement, especially the fandom fiends, Disney has decided what to do. Warner, Discovery, and HBO. The human first fortress. Well, while Disney leans into fan creativity, Warner Bros. Discovery, incorporating HBO and Discovery, has positioned itself as the high-trust alternative to AI slop. Now, their CEO frames 2026 as their major growth year, using AI for operational efficiency, metadata management, and semantic search, automized localization, while protecting the HBO standard for creative decision-making. The differentiator is that AI recuts 40% of WBD's promotional content and generates social media variants, but a human always performs the final narrative check. This isn't AI resistance, it's strategic positioning. WBD bets that in an ocean of algorithmic content, audiences will pay premium prices for certified human curation. Think about The Last of Us, Succession, Harry Potter reboots. These aren't projects AI can replicate. They're cultural monuments that justify subscription costs when everything else feels disposable. Let's dive into the music ecosystem. There will be more transformation coming. Post-settlement content explosion. Once legal frameworks stabilize through WMG's SUNO-style settlement, the market will experience massive expansion of AI-generated music, particularly AI covers. The AI haters will not like this, but it's a revenue model. We cannot control their decision. There will be authorized voice cloning of catalog artists performing modern hits. There will be style-based reinterpretations and legacy catalog reimaginings. There will also, very unfortunately for many who hate it, there will be deep fake performances. Yes, unfortunately for many who dislike this. Deceased legends releasing new material, ethically contentious, but commercially inevitable. People are begging and screaming for this. You see, it's not about novelty, it's about scale and accessibility. AI music creation transitions from fringe experimentation, unauthorized use, to standard creative option, as normalized as using auto-tune or digital production tools. There will also be genre fluidity and hyper-personalization. It's going to be bananas, my friends, because AI will facilitate the easy blending of disparate genres and eras, leading to an explosion of hyper-specific micro-genres. Trap-infused big band swing, ambient drill, baroque hip-hop, melancholic euphoria, and dark ambient trap. Creators will move beyond simple genre labels using AI to craft music that evokes highly specific emotional blends. The Spotify algorithm no longer suggests similar artists. Unfortunately for many who hate it, it will generate custom soundtracks for your exact mood state at 3:47 p.m. on a rainy Tuesday. We have already seen AI-generated songs, fully generated, cracking the digital sales Billboard chart. But in 2026, we are highly likely to see a fully AI-generated song that is publicly known cracking the Billboard Hot 100 by Q3 2026. The discourse is going to shift from "is this legitimate" to "how good is the human curator behind it?"
There are lots of surprises that we can expect to see in this new age of AI music, and putting it at Q3 might even be too far. The authenticity counter movement. In response to the flood of AI-generated content, a powerful counter-movement emerges, placing premium value on certified human-made music, live performance supremacy, artist-fan direct relationships, the imperfect by design movement, and data shows that 31% increase in engagement for content labeled explicitly as human curated. Audiences don't reject AI, they will demand transparency and choice. As opposed to it being an AI curated set, people would want it to be human created. So let's go through the list of thought. In response to the flood of AI created content, there must be transparency in the labeling. We will see more of that in 2026. We will see labeling on different levels. So let's move to the creative taxonomy, similar to the Phill AIM taxonomy that I created, where we can see AI at 7 different levels. The industry will shift from debating whether AI music exists to defining how it is used. By 2026, I expect to see explicit labeling standards like mine becoming mandatory for transparency, trust, and monetization. People will want to know, is there AI involved at all? Was it used for a creative spark? Was it used for administration? Was it used for mixing and mastering? Was it used for actual generation of a song? Was it used in the background? Was it used in the forefront? Is a lead voice AI? And questions such as that. I've already covered my model, but at a very high level, you could be looking at assistive AI, collaborative AI, generative AI, synthetic performance. Beyond music, the multimodal revolution, the solo studio era. The silos between music, film design, and animation will begin to collapse entirely. A single creator will now function as a multimodal auteur, using AI to simultaneously generate the musical score, design the 3D environments, create digital actors and characters, produce short-form and long-form content video, and generate promotional materials and metadata. The market impact is going to be that the freelancer will become more capable than a mid-sized 2023 production agency. Indie studios in India, Brazil, and Southeast Asia de-risk creative slates by using procedural world building, reducing production costs by 50% while maintaining competitive quality. There will also be a rise of AI actors and digital performers. Now, before you begin lamenting we're cooked, I want you to understand people will always have choices. This isn't about forcing one person or a group of people's viewpoints on the world. There will always be the non-AI generated content, and we are free to stick to that. And there's so many reruns, so many movies from the world gone by or about to go by, that complaining is going to be a waste of time. Because while AI will have a place, there will also be A-list human stars, and they will be untouchable. Synthetic performers will carve out their own market segments. There's a lot of resistance in the United States and the West, but there's a lot of acceptance in other parts of the world. We need to understand that. Advertising and commercial work will, of course, be affected. Brands will use AI actors for consistent, controllable messaging. There will be background and supporting roles. It will be cost-effective. Cost-effective crowd filling and minor character work could be what AI is used for. After all, we have no idea who was in the big crowd in film X, Y, or Z, but we do know what the lead roles were. Branded personas, original AI-created stars like viral sensation Tilly Norwood, will achieve fame in short-form content. External brand assets, Disney, Coca-Cola, Nike, will develop persistent AI spokespersons that never age or misbehave. Now, these aren't replacements for human performers, they're new categories of content that wouldn't exist otherwise. Think about 24/7 streaming shows with AI hosts, interactive choose your own adventure films, personalized children's content featuring the child as a protagonist. There will be a lot of changes and not everyone will pivot towards them, but research already shows that Gen Z and also Gen Alpha will begin pivoting even more than they are today. Millennials, Gen X, and baby boomers are less likely to pivot towards these models. But in 50, 60, 70, 80 years, they won't be here. So the world will pivot, no matter how much those generations kick and scream. And that is the hard reality. There will also be animation and visual storytelling acceleration. We're already seeing it. AI adoption will expand rapidly into animation and visual effects as quality improves and artifacts become less detectable. Resistance diminishes when audiences can't tell the difference and when production timelines shrink from years to months. The end of pre-production. Studios will now use AI-driven pre-visualization to see the final EBITDA of a project before high-cost rendering occurs. Projects that require 3 years of greenlight approval now move through development in months. The strategic advantage, competitive edge belongs to organizations with recruitment speed. How quickly can they test, iterate, and release? First-to-market execution matters more than technical sophistication. Legal and economic frameworks. The licensing surge. Early 2025 legal decisions largely rejected fair use as defense for AI training data, triggering a surge in licensing deals and settlements. Throughout 2026, the industry learns litigation is expensive and uncertain. Licensing is profitable and controllable. Key developments. Clean chain of title. CFOs now audit AI training budgets to ensure every asset is backed by verified licenses. The Disney standard, for example, to avoid timing trap litigation. Tiered royalty structures. Streaming platforms adopt differentiated compensation for human-made, AI-assisted, and fully AI-generated content. Opt-in systems. Artists and estates maintain control over whether and how their work trains AI models. Revenue sharing models. New frameworks where AI-generated content using an artist's style compensates that artist. The ethical debates intensify. As deepfake vocals and digital resurrections of deceased musicians become more common, capturing increased market share, society confronts uncomfortable questions. Who owned an artist's voice after death? Can estates authorize new work that the artist never approved? Where's the line between tribute and exploitation? How do we compensate session musicians whose performances trained AI models? These debates don't get resolved in 2026. Instead, they will likely intensify, but the money keeps flowing, which means the content keeps coming regardless of philosophical discomfort. The human element paradox. People still follow people, even as AI artists emerge and synthetic performers go viral. Audiences increasingly gravitate towards AI music that has a visible human curator, director, or creator behind it. In practice, fully anonymous AI artists struggle to build loyalty beyond initial virality. Hybrid identities, human-led AI-assisted, consistently outperform synthetic-only brands. Transparency becomes a commercial advantage, not a liability. Made with AI guided by human name becomes standard marketing language. AI will be accepted, but people will still follow people. The entire idea, the narrative of struggle and triumph and sense of connection, those remain fundamentally human needs that algorithms can't fulfill. The generational handover. Resistance to AI-generated content declines primarily due to demographic transition. Younger and future generations are less attached to traditional production methods. They do not judge output by who made it, how was it made. The question is, does it slap? If it does, that supersedes how was it made. When they hear a song they like, they may not even know the artist. They may just gravitate towards it. The younger generations are comfortable with hybrid creativity and fluid authorship. They view AI as essential partners. 77% of Gen Z creators agree that AI is not a competitor. The U generations coming up, they're all into vibe coding, designing for emotional impact first, technical accuracy second. As older gatekeepers exit positions of influence, cultural acceptance accelerates naturally. The 2026 music executive doesn't ask, should we follow AI? They ask, which AI vendor gives us the best terms? The skill set transformation. New roles, new value. The changing definition of creator. Much to the consternation from many of the older generation, there's an emergence of high-value skills, vibe engineering, guiding AI models to specific emotional outputs through prompt mastery, curation at scale, selecting the best from thousands of AI-generated options, systemic thinking, understanding how to orchestrate multiple AI tools into complex workflows, taste as product, developing recognizable aesthetic judgment that audiences trust, ethical navigation, making decisions about where and how to apply AI without cultural backlash, narrative construction, crafting compelling stories around AI-assisted creative processes. The decline in values, technical execution skills that AI now handles, like mixing, mastering, generic composition, gatekeeping based on access to expensive equipment or studios, and credentials without demonstrable creative vision. These are all very uncomfortable, especially to the older generation, but it is what it is. Let's talk about the democratization effect. AI lowers the barrier to entry for aspiring artists, enabling those without extensive training or expensive equipment to produce professional quality content. This leads to more diverse talent pipeline, voices from underrepresented communities gaining access to production tools previously locked behind economic barriers, geographic decentralization, no need to move to Nashville, to LA, or to New York to access world-class production, increased competition, the market flooded with content, making curation and marketing more valuable than creation itself, and niche sustainability. Artists can serve micro audiences profitably because production costs approach zero. But democratization cuts both ways. More creators means more noise. So, in closing, we can expect a diverse pipeline more than ever, decentralization, increased competition, and niche sustainability. My friends, the future is no longer approaching, it is here, and we must choose how to navigate it, whether as a consumer or a producer. As a consumer, be more selective with who you follow. If you are not into artificial intelligence generated content, you know what to do. You have to unfollow if it so irks you. If that's your thing, no big deal. If you are a creator, be more sensitive to be the human in the loop as much as possible. be fair, be ethical. This is the future of artificial intelligence and creativity. Thank you for joining me. If you found this to be informative, smash the like button and subscribe. See you next time. But thanks for taking the offer, Phoenix. So I'm the negative guy from the general public that thinks SUNO, producer AI, all of them. There's not one of them that is without sin. They're all terrible. They're killing the music business. They're giving laymen tools, dangerous tools. You're giving babies power tools, and they have no idea about music. They've not been for music education. They can't tell a B flat from a C sharp. They should they should be stopped. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I say not at all. Like I said, my situation. I was in an accident that was life changing, and I still can't pick up a guitar. Guitar's too heavy right now, and but I have all these tracks with all these guitar parts that I did before my accident, and it's letting me, AI's letting me finish things. Otherwise, that they would never be undone. They'd be songs never completed. It's opened up a whole new door. And then not to mention the old songs, then giving them a new idea, new life. Just like your albums that you did in the past. I know I'm supposed to be negative against you about it, but you said it well when you showed us what you did. You did a great job on that.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, you come against me with something I can't refute. It's true.
That's my reason, plain and simple. My reason, and before that, it was just like, like I told you in the beginning. It's like back when, I heard about SUNO when they first came out. I checked it out, and then I heard, I was like, okay, this is cool, but it wasn't cool. I was trying to take the MIDI back then, and it wasn't workable at all. But I thought it was really cool how they were doing the stem separations. You could, at first you could upload your song and it would bust it up, and you can take what you wanted to take from it.
Right.
And I was like, oh, I got that idea. That's cool. But then it wasn't there yet. Then when I seen Timberland, I was just like, this is a no-brainer. It's like, it's over. If I don't learn this, it's over. You know what I mean?
And
it's
honestly,
like we all been in the business the same amount of time, around the same amount of time.
That's true.
And if we don't evolve with it, it's going to evolve past us.
That's true.
Because I know more than 50 name artists that I cannot say what their names are, major, that everybody's already listened to on the radio. And they did, you know what I mean? They pushed that button.
They drank the Kool-Aid. They did it.
They sure did. And they want to hold off and lie about it. Well, it's not really lying about it. Who cares? It's not what the tool that you used to get here. It's, did you get the job done? And is it like a tattoo? Is your tattoo look like it was done in prison or a jailhouse with toothpaste and styrofoam cup? Or does it look like a professional sat down and gave you a piece of artwork? The same way to look about it. It's not how I got there. I used a professional tool and I did a beautiful tattoo. And the same with writing a song. It started off with my guitar, my lyrics into this microphone sitting right next to me. And that rolling in there, and my SP16, my live sampler. Dude, I thought I was already making miracles happen. And then when SUNO, and I was like, oh, when I look at my hardware, dude, out of my SP16, I got 8 outputs going out of that thing.
Wow.
And then you already know the tech specs of what it can do. And it's just like SUNO, and it's like SUNO. I'm realizing my SUNO, I open up SUNO in the control room. It's already connected automatically. I didn't have to wire anything or whatever. I could plug right into, my inputs right there in the rack, and it's automatically going in. It's already ready to rock and roll. I just push a button. I push a button and input what I got, and I'm already telling you, I'm already a badass guitar player.
For real.
I'm sponsored. I have endorsements and all that for many years, and and my good friends, they're the best in the world.
For sure.
So, and like I says with SUNO, no man, my friends got a problem now because they're about to hear some tracks. You know what I mean? And but no, it's how we do it, and then it's unbelievable about SUNO and then the studio.
Oh yeah.
Because like I said, it's already like I said, I walk in, I power up my studio, and all I got to do is just upload it right off. Right, I still can't believe what I'm doing is right out of Safari. Oh my God,
Crazy.
Never thought I'd be able to.
It's wild, bro.
And
it's wild.
It's just like you can never really email yourself for your phone a quality MP3 back in the day.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And much less hear it through a browser.
It's sick.
I'm accessing a studio. Hey, I'm just waiting for the integration where I got my Raven touchscreens that I could just touch those imaginary faders right there through the browser window. That's a matter of time.
Yeah.
If anybody could do that, Stephen Slate can make that happen.
Good points. Very good points. You're almost beginning to convince me that maybe AI isn't ruining music for everyone, but it is ruining music for some. Do you agree that it's ruining for at least some people? For some, it's like a blessing, but for some, do you agree like it's a curse? No matter what they do, they're jinxed, they're hosed.
Listen, only for the people with no talent, and only for the people who's thinking they're using Chat GPT to get their lyrics. You know what I mean? If you want other people, you got to bring talent to the table to use this tool to take it to another level. Because 100%. You put in garbage, it puts it out. This ain't Skynet, and you got the Terminator coming, and it's ready to take over the world. I'm sorry, it's not going to take over anything unless somebody's on that other interface controlling it. Like I told you before, all AI is the same. It's all connected.
That's true. That's true. And they can identify each other, which is even crazy.
They sure can. And communicate.
That's true. Yeah.
So, and it needs the input. It needs to be told what to do. It's like I told you before, it's a toddler. I'm dealing with a 3-year-old when I'm working with it. And it's just like, you've got to teach it. It does learn, but it still can't execute by itself.
True.
Without being told how to do it and what to do it with.
That's true. All right.
So right there's your human input.
You're right. Now, you know, Phoenix, that in this industry, you got one henchman and everyone's feeding off that henchman. So let's say I'm feeding off, let's say you're the artist, I work for the label, you're bringing in the big dough, of course, you're getting your cut, but my livelihood relies on you being successful out there. What do you have to say to someone like me? I can't sing, I can't play. I'm the PR guy or the marketing guy or the admin guy or the roadie. Now, when people like that say AI music is ruining their livelihood, what would you say to someone like that?
Well, it's I'm going to start sounding like I'm repeating myself, but I'm going to say, hey, you heard what Phoenix just said? It's like, I'm already on top of the world. You're not going to take it from me. I'm about to take this to the next level. Our only competition is the talent, people who have talent we work with, and how creative we can get. Whoever's the most creative wins.
Brilliant point.
And that's if there is a winner situation, but we all win because we're all good. Everybody, no matter if it's just you or me or 5 or 10 of us. It's like, look at how many songs we was able to bring to life we thought that was gone forever. And that ain't even putting in, hey, I want to, you know what I mean, I'm going to do this. No, this is what I tried to do, and for some reason, it couldn't take to the next level. That's Technology is here. The tool is here for us to complete our jobs. We all came here for a mission. whether you know what your mission is in the fullest or not. But this is just part of the step to get there. You know what I mean? I think there should be other focuses, what people should be focused on about this AI than what they're talking about, which is it's garbage and it's total make-believe crap about them. Hey, we scraped this. How about everybody's cell phone scraping their brains? The government's been doing this and taking our stuff ever since the phones have been around. They're still doing it every day. Nobody's stopping them. Nobody's saying anything. And the majors, they've been controlling with their hand on everybody's career and livelihood since the first record deal.
That's a good
Nobody
point.
makes money in their business unless they say so. And if they don't want you in the business, they take you out.
That's
now
true.
right now with this tool, there's too many of us. You can't take us all out.
Mm.
You know what I mean? You're either going to they're either buying into these companies to shut us down, which that's not going to shut us down before we have our own thing created. That's not going to happen.
That's a brilliant point. Yeah.
So they need to sign on so they can control the artists they got. But at the same time, the artists that they got, I'd be saying, hey guys, we need to negotiate this contract. Yeah, you have this, but we all really know it's all horse shit that it was made. Excuse me, that it was made with my stuff. You know what I mean? But let's go ahead and get this and give me whatever royalties, and you can pay me, and I'll go along with this because I'm gonna use this technology too and give you a hit song. That's where it's gonna be. I'm sorry, somebody. Did you just try to call or?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Not me.
Something came in on my end. I'm
Oh,
sorry
I see. Yeah, Phoenix, you're bringing up some really great points. I appreciate that. You haven't addressed the piece where, it's destroying livelihoods of the people that are affiliated with you. But you bring up a good point. You got to be creative. Creativity has got to be the name of the game. If you're not being creative, you're going to be on the sidelines. I just posted a short of Zania Monet's creator, and she was talking about how she did what she did. She doesn't have 10 heads. She doesn't have a degree in AI prompting. She simply went to SUNO.
I'm glad she did. And what I hope she's doing is still using it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that was in the beginning. Man. Imagine if she used V5 with her creation. Because her creation came out before V5.
You bring out a very good idea. And honestly, there are a lot of people that are not into the tech behind SUNO. There are different levels of use of SUNO. So your level of use of SUNO is really phenomenal because the singing, you can hear your voice in it, right? It's you didn't go choose a voice that is, not your voice. You use your voice. And then at the end of the day, the guitar playing is clean. It's creative. It's, it's not like one of these stock piled guitar licks that you just throw in thoughtlessly. It's very well crafted. And then the cadence of the ingredients, which is why I kept telling people, go look for your book. If you can put your book in the chat, or you could just put the name at least, if it allows you, please go ahead and do that so people who are looking to be more creative, better users of the tool can do that. But what are some of the things that you have heard out there have you heard anything from colleagues and, people from I probably shouldn't, the band, your cousin's band members. I don't know if you've had these conversations, if you've gone that far. Have you? Have they come at you with stuff?
I'm sorry, I was typing when you were saying. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was asking if the DL band people, without mentioning their names, your cousin's band, if they've come at you with your new stuff. Have they come at you?
No, everybody's cool on those levels.
Ah.
Like I said, it's I'm seeing the people online and the hip hop people, some of the hip hop people, but hey, let's get real. You know what I mean? Some of the beat guys, but who's been able to really sell a beat in I don't know how many years?
Exactly the point.
It's been more than 8 years for me, dude.
Yep. It's smoke and mirrors.
It's like I gave up on it. It's like it's trying to sell someone life insurance.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's not an easy sell right now.
That's right. Hey, Sound of Joy, our buddy Sound of Joy just joined. Someone has to pay the light bill so AI can work. The automobile ruined the horse and buggy business, he said. If you can't beat or sue them, you buy them. Isn't that true? Isn't that a
That's
That's a very correct business. By the way, Sound of Joy, I love the videos you've been putting out, man. I love the ingenious use of, I don't know how you're doing it, but I'm hearing those harmonies in the voices and you're playing along with those voices. And I'm like, I wonder how he's doing it. I don't know, but it sure sounds good. So more power to you, man. Keep doing it. And I see people are lapping it all up. They're in it. So keep doing what you're doing. But you're very correct. It's just that today I'm wearing the aggressor hat. I'm like not for AI today. I'm trying to put myself, in a position that a lot of our listeners, some of our listeners just come and say, yeah, that Phill guy thinks he knows everything. He's wrong. AI is ruining the music business, and if he can't see it, then he's just too narrow-minded to see it. So I'm wearing your hat. Those of you who've been coming at the channel saying, "Oh, AI music is just dumb. It's stealing. It's theft. It's putting people out of business." So I have a little article here, Phoenix, and maybe you could just track with me on the call. It says the integration of artificial intelligence into music creation, production, and distribution has sparked one of the most heated debates in creative industries. To be honest, it's broken up families. There's
yeah.
a family member of mine, and whenever we're together, we are always in debate about AI, and it doesn't even stop at music. It like covers a whole gamut of things, and I have to bring some sensibility to. Well, it's actually good in this area, that area, but it's always a very heated debate. So in this document, what I've done is compile the forces for and against. So let me give you a few stats here. 60% of musicians already use AI in some capacity. 97% of listeners cannot distinguish AI generated music from human, as I also did my own survey, and most people came clean and said, Phill, we can't tell. And then one of the listeners said, Phill, it's really the signal level and it's really the nature of the waveform. It's not in whether the music sounds good or not. And that was a very good contribution. 40% of artists view AI positively, while 47.9% remain neutral. Songs are released daily, and we've got too many songs released daily, like 100 to 150,000. AI is predicted to claim 50% of the music industry market by 2030. So the forces against, I'll just read them real quick. Number one, loss of authenticity and human emotion. Now, this argument, I really cannot honestly say it's void of emotion, because emotion is in the mind of the person listening. Someone could hear a dog barking and get emotional because it brings back memories of the dog they had that is not with them anymore. So as far as human emotion is concerned, it's very complicated, and then they may hear your music and they may feel absolutely empowered, elated, and pumped. And you're like, he just played two chords. What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? The other argument is what I just covered: the threat to musicians' livelihoods. Do you want to counter that, Phoenix? Because except you are right up there in the top 10, 20%, it drops very radically, and the musicians outside of that 20% bracket, they're not making a whole lot of money, to be honest. I mean, they're not making it from putting out records. They're making it from being on the road and doing shows, and a lot of shows, and a lot. They go do a ton of concerts. So the argument that it's taking livelihoods, I want to push back on that. Once you're out of that top tier bracket that is getting millions and almost billions of views, of streams, what's the argument that it's stealing your livelihood? Go out, you can still, like your plans for DJ Goldfinger, right? You're going to make a ton once you launch that project, and AI is only going to help you, right? To have your music and perform your music and tell the story of your music. Yeah.
Right.
So we can shoot that one down. And then people talk about copyright chaos and ethical violations. It has always existed.
Yeah.
Sting was in the news last year, still in the news. I think he gave his bandmate some. I feel sorry for
Yeah.
the guy. He gave his bandmate some additional monies, and I'm not sure whether they're happy, whether that appeases them, or I those one they have such a strange relationship, Sting and his people, very very strange
Yeah.
relationship. All right, we got another in. Olstank Note, thank you for joining. Any tool that will allow you to get the vision in your head into a form the listener can hear is a good tool. Okay. That's a good way of looking at it, for sure. Let's see what else we missed. Mystic Oral Fireside said, for example, I hear the gospel. In 1 second. I hear the gospel singers. They all sound identical, just like some of the older singers. They still sound the same as they did. Everybody that's in genre sound identical. You're very correct. There's some similarities without going into some of the specific artists that come to mind, but you're correct. And there's also a level of proficiency in the top tiers that we see. So,
May I say something?
oh
On
yeah,
that?
please do.
Well, the gospel sounding the same. It all sounds the same because the people who's in the industry, who's in charge of those music genres, keep it that way and make everybody sound the same already. So that's everybody's mentality. Nobody's going in this using it as a tool. They're trying to copy something that's already been done.
That's true, though.
Like I say, you got my book, you got your book. Learn how to produce AI and produce a song in the proper way. And AI is just a tool that's going to take you to another level. Own your songwriting.
That's
know
true.
what a song is. Know what a hook is. Know what a bridge is.
That's
know what
true.
a pre-chorus is.
Yeah.
And then tell a story. Because that's what a song is a story being told. And a hit song is someone, you know what I mean? People receive that.
That's
People
true.
can relate to it. People hear that song and they have a visual. It's happening to them. You're like talking through them.
That's
and
point.
that's just talent, telling a story. So, like I said, this slop crap that goes out, those are the people who are just doing one prompt and whatever, taking the first four choices and gives you, I got this. Yeah, of course. Those are still going to be better than you can think of on your own.
That's true. Yeah.
But like I said, you got the talent, you got the structure, you know how to do things. Like I said, it's gonna amplify you.
That's true.
And that's what I say in my book, and you do too.
Absolutely, Phoenix. Yeah, I'm sure you're seeing the chat. Santa Joy says if you came from the AM radio era, that who listens to AM radio anymore? But yeah, if you came from that radio,
traveling.
Oh, do you? Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
no serious FM.
Because I get to listen to certain things going through different regions.
It is.
What I mean?
It is
Because
nostalgic though. Even
it's like listening to top 40 in the 80s.
that's true.
But
That's
it's
true.
a mix. You might hear a country song,
Yeah.
then you might hear a pop song.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, blue suede shoes. It's like, where did that come from?
That's true. Cassettes. So, Sound of Joy just mentioned cassettes. I'm not going to let our young viewers leave without seeing an example of, because I know some people they see nothing like cassettes. All they know is the closest they might have seen is what CD. If that, if that. A lot of the Gen Alpha people, they probably never seen one of these. Okay, so this is a cassette. And honestly, I just very recently did a dump of all these cassettes. I did a dump into MP3, and guess what? The music I'm working on now, I took a Big Quiet to the studio in the late 90s, and I was never able to get this track out. But that's the track I'm working on now. And I was able to restore the vocals. Yeah, I'm glad I did an a cappella of one of the songs, because guess what I did? I fed it to SUNO. SUNO gave me its stuff. And then, you know how the signal of Suno's vocals might need a little bit of TLC. So what I did was I got the acapella from, over 20 some years ago, put it side by side, the waveforms, match them up, and it's sounding killer. It's
Nice.
sounding killer. Hezekiah, watch out. Hezekiah and Kirk, I'm coming for you. Okay, jokes apart, it's really refreshing to hear music from our past being amplified through the use of AI while maintaining the originality, the lyrics, and all that kind of stuff is really cool. So we've talked about the it's eating the dogs, it's eating the cats. AI is eating the dogs. I know that's what people say. They blame AI for everything. But let me go back to the chat. I saw some pretty interesting stuff in the chat I wanted to talk about. Um, Cassettes destroyed vinyl. CD destroyed cassette, and streaming wiped out CDs. Yeah, that's true. Now the skeptics, they'll have a comeback to that. They'll say, well, should we push the future of our kids into oblivion by taking away what we say is good music? You see, it's up for debate. We don't know whether the future of AI music is what they want or what they need. Just like imagine people telling us you don't need a gramophone, you don't need a radio, you just need live music. Think about that. We have our friend Kira Heat 01. Thank you for chatting in. I can only say if you're on the top 10 chart, you've used AI, you've used AI somewhere somehow. Several have already admitted to it. It isn't a question of if, it's a question of how much. Honestly, that's true. But you know what, Kira, what I'm concerned about is how are they,
How much would shock you?
yeah,
Really
but
will.
how are they avoiding getting whacked by Deezer's so-called AI detection system? That's what I want to know.
Because they're not part of the machine.
Mm. The machine may have its own neutralizer. I'm sure that there's got to be because this stuff has been around for a long time, but no one's coming clean.
So,
And I absolutely
oh yeah.
agree with what Kira is saying here. Mystic Oral Fireside said, I'm still learning because I dictate my lyrics into AI. Then I put, there you go. Honestly,
I'm a betting man. Oh,
I use my own tools as well. So sometimes I write freehand, warts and all, and other times I use my tool. I don't begrudge anyone using my tool because what my tool does, it takes your words, your idea, and then it just makes them into verse, chorus, verse, chorus. For those who are not in the membership, the tools that we have at let me type in the tool because we have a basic tool. So we have musicspiration.com. We have prompt tools like if you're buying prompts and you haven't used this tool, I want you to use this tool before you buy another prompt. And a lot of users they say, Phil, well, I'm looking for Latin prompts. So what I did was I created some more advanced tools in the membership section. So if you become a member of this channel, you can into another set of tools that will allow you prompt even more crazy music. We got CCM, we got gospel, traditional gospel, all sorts of stuff. So yeah, that's what the tools are there for. The tools are there to help us. It's really more like you're a creative director. Suno is still making a lot of heavy executive decisions in the music, like, or I should say, creative decisions in the music. Like I don't know, you probably have experienced this, Phoenix. Like when you're listening to what's done, and you're just shaking
yeah.
your head, like, how did you know to do that? How
Right.
did you know?
That that's where I go into it in my book. Like I keep working with it
Mm,
and realized that there were certain keywords that when I was talking to it, build it prompts, certain words, knowing what you say, saying what you mean and meaning what you say, and knowing what you mean to say,
mm,
it plays a part.
it
You
does.
know what I mean? One of my things when I was, because I do, write gospel stuff too,
Mm,
but I've
yeah.
made it this. I do not put the word gospel in anywhere in that prompt, and I'm not going because it's going to direct that machine to start working in a certain way. I need control of that machine, but it ain't going to control that.
That's true. And I mean, it's relative.
That's a major player. So if you keep hearing people's AI gospel, that's because that they're only prompters. They're just prompting what the other person told them to prompt, and that's it. They're not expanding on it. They're not going into detail with reason.
That's a very good point right there. Yeah.
You know, I'm going after my sound. You know what I mean? It's like I'm white and black. It's like it's good or evil. I'm 100%. I represent Yahuwah. I represent the good.
There you go.
There's only one way to do things, and that's the best I can be at everything for my Yahuwah.
100%, man.
You know, and that's where I take it. And it's like I'm not going to be, you know, organized religion and all this ain't going to control me with their little words. You know what I mean? Because they want to do this. Well, we're going to do this. No, there's more than 5 music genres.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if everybody keeps playing that ticket and just prompting and not putting thought what they're doing and little research.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's,
you can, you know, there's new things. We're creators.
That's true. Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, that's all in our pocket to do. So it's like I said, so everybody who gets that, you know, understands that first is going to be ahead of the game.
Absolutely.
You know, and a shocker, you know, that Kira was asking, how many do you think it is? Well, I'll tell you this, and I'm a betting man in Vegas, and I really don't lose at blackjack and roulette. I say 65% of the major industries have been using AI. Think about that. There's more than one. You know, there's more than one level than what we're just hearing on the radio. That's controlled by the majors. Who plays on the radio is controlled by the majors. I'm not. How about all the demo tapes? Because I'll tell you, almost 90%. Well, let's say about 80% of the demo tapes circulating in Nashville has been AI for the last 3 years.
That's true. Okay, let me ask you this: isn't that killing the livelihood of the session guys?
No, it's not. But especially when you're in Nashville and you got session players, you got, if you're in a real studio and you're doing a real recording, those people, you're good, you got the talent, you're going to get the gig. All right, your top session players, it's not even a 1%. That's your A and B players in Nashville, and they're on everybody's shit. So talent's already got things wiped out. So if these A-lists and the B-list in Nashville session players, they start using this, oh my God, we got a lot of, you know, learning to do. But wait, I'm one of them. So, but like I said, I'm not going to sit back. I'm expanding. Even the way, you know, like I said, going through in the terminologies and the terms, and that's stuff I got in my second volume that's going to be in there. But
I'm looking forward to it.
Like I said, I had to relearn everything to talk to and produce with AI. You know what I mean? Because I can't say normally what I'm going to say. It's going to make this happen. Right. And it's taken, like, you know, like a DJ Stealth, and you said yourself, and I said myself, dude, I'm like 80 different takes before I get one that's satisfactory to move on. You know what I mean? Oh, and then it could be another 50 on top of that, working off of that idea. And then saying, and it's not, I'm not waiting. No, the first thing, it's got to all go because I didn't speak clearly. I've got to rewrite. I've got to reread what I wrote. You know what I mean? And then at the same time, this is where Nashville comes in. I'm not writing a song for what I want. I'm writing it for the song, what the song wants. You know, and before I even do that, I already got to know what direction I'm going to go and what feeling this is going to be.
That's true.
You know, and then point. I let it take it from there, and then it could throw me in my options. Then I said, tell the AI, okay, I want these instruments right here. I want these over here. You know, and it does it like butter. But you also, like I said, you got to know how to talk to it.
That's right.
And it's not just a simple prompt.
It's not.
Your prompts are your basket of eggs, your prompts and your stuff. And same with mine. They're a basket of golden eggs.
That's
But if you
true.
don't
That's
take,
true.
but
Yeah.
if you don't take that egg and you learn it and you expand on it, you'll never get past it.
That's true. 100%.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because me and you, we got to keep out doing our bag of eggs.
That's true.
You know,
Absolutely.
we got, yeah, I could sit on these first dozen, but nah, dude, I'm taking things. Each song is taking you to another level.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'm telling a different story, and it might be in the same music genre, or it might not.
Yep.
But it's still going to change in a whole different dynamics.
Absolutely. And that's why in the very beginning, when I started working with this, I started collecting my golden prompts. And I said, why don't you just make the community better? Share, because if I keep sitting on prompts and not sharing them, that means I'm limiting myself. I'm not going to be using the same prompts I'm using today and a year from now. Yeah.
The stuff that I used last year is already hitting the market, dude. So everybody's already hearing it.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, you bring up some really great points, Phoenix. I'm not totally convinced that AI isn't ruining it for some people. What about devaluation of craft and artistry? Don't you think AI is devaluing the artistry of the guitarist or the session player that is in the top tier? Why
Nope,
not?
not at all.
Why not?
Like I said, it's just this as a tool. It's just going to take me better to another level and present more options for that recording. Because see, you don't have to use this tool. Oh, I'm going to make a record or he's doing like this. No, if you're a session player, that means that's either a demo session that you're in, or you're recording for a single, or you're recording for a project. Any kind of any one of those properties. It's just allowed me to offer more options. That's going to make me more valuable in the studio when they want a physical guitar player.
I like this chat in that we got. 1 second. Do you see that one that just came in from Kira? It's been there a while. So what do you think about Deezer? Do you think Deezer is whack? I know your stuff is... You're not on Deezer, are you?
I've got Deezer blocked from all my distribution networks. It's like they're doing something for themselves, and it's not for anybody else. They're on my same list as Spotify for me. They can just go away forever.
That is hilarious. I've been using Deezer, but very recently I've been contemplating, because of what Kira said. My issue with Deezer is, welcome Beatology, welcome. Chat into us what you've been hearing, man.
Beatology still, thank you, still.
Because he's been tearing it up. He's been doing a lot of lives and stuff, and I know you'd be hearing stuff from the streets. Tell us what you're hearing from the streets. Stealth, tell us. So Kira says, any AI use gets marked, and any prime similar also gets marked, even if it isn't AI. They completely ignore the copyright regulations covering AI use in music. Yeah, I'm giving I've been giving them a long rope. I'm not bothered about them marking whatever I do, even though it's heavily hybrid and they mark it as AI. I really don't care. Let them go ahead. As someone once said, compare the listenership on Spotify to that on Deezer, and compare that to YouTube. There are more people listening on TikTok anyway than anywhere else. So I'm not really bothered by them. But the devaluation of craft and artistry argument, that is another one that people cite. People also cite psychological and social impact. The revelation that beloved music is AI generated creates feelings of betrayal. What do you have to say about that? When someone finally realizes that, oh, I love what Stealth put out, and he uses SUNO, then they're upset. Isn't that a personal issue that they need to work on?
It is.
Stealth says, sucky producers hate AI. Long live SUNO. Yeah, we absolutely need to to get together with some more interviews. But definitely, you should get Phoenix on your show. The one with your boss on, or your I don't know. I think you reported to him in the previous firm. That was a really good one. That definitely needs more views. That was good. Yeah. So now to keep it balanced, let's look at forces for AI, democratization and accessibility. All right, I'm gonna take off my skeptic hat because I think Phoenix has shot down all my arguments. So so I'm just gonna come clean. Democratization and accessibility, enhance creativity, overcoming creative blocks, efficiency and focus on artistry is another good one. Because now the argument, oh, I don't have the session players. What is quite liberating is now you have everything you could possibly have to create music of dreams. Are you going to do it or not? Which excuse do you have at this point for still creating, as Stealth said, sucky music? There's no excuse. Zero. I mean, they've even got it down to a science where you can use your own voice, clone your own voice, and use it. So there's no excuse anymore. I think people are running out of excuses, so they have to keep blaming, AI itself. But honestly, I am just amazed at what I've been able to do with AI. I never had a problem creating music. I've always been Mr. Sequence. I can sequence and program anything till the cows come home. I prided myself in that. But why do I need to do the heavy lifting when I can work in a different way? I don't know if you experienced this, Stealth. I don't know if you were part of the resistance, but I was part of the resistance. When the Doors came on the scene, I started resisting Doors, and it was dumb to resist Doors because it really slowed me down a whole lot, and I didn't know. I was like, no, I want to do all the button pushing and all the fun stuff that comes. Isn't that so dumb? You want to do all the faders. People get a buzz with those faders, and the Neve console. That's one of the greatest dopamine hits because you're the flying faders. Doesn't it kind of make you feel powerful?
It is. It is. Having faders that move under your fingers feels good. And it's one of those moments. It's one of those Star Trek Captain Kirk moments. You know what I mean?
It is. But again, what I started asking myself when I now scrubbed my head and drank the Kool-Aid of AI is, does the listener care that you use the Neve or that you use the Soundcraft or you use the crummy Yamaha from 1970s?
Hell
No one cares. Yeah.
Nope, not at all.
No one cares. So I think there's this elitist mindset that some of us musicians have. I had it in the beginning when my kids showed me, hey, look at what I created with AI. And I was like, what? This with AI? And I immediately thought of all the bad things it meant. She's not going to practice piano anymore. Well, there goes piano lessons. There goes anything in music. But I had a change. I realized I was policing her activities with AI, which I shouldn't. And I realized my folly. And I just thought, is this how are you going to let Doors, the same way you resisted Doors for using clunkier stuff because it made you feel good? Are you gonna continue that with AI? And I said, yeah, a dumb schmuck. What am I doing here on my hind end, looking at AI pass me by? And I woke up. I smelled the coffee, and I said, I'm gonna get with the program, and that's when I started the channel, and I started sharing my experiences. That one of the first videos of me creating with SUNO was banging on the table. I hadn't even really started using a whole lot of the advanced tools I use, and I was quite impressed with SUNO and realized if you can get something by banging on the table this good, well, what about if you bring more sensible musicianship, making the right choices, being Quincy, right? Quincy Jones in the chair. You decide who you want, right? You point, you direct.
Quincy was a great producer, man. I got to hang out with him.
Oh, did you? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, what a treat. What a treat. I mean, he's a bad trumpet player, when I say bad, I mean really good trumpet player, plays a mean trumpet, but he never brought any of that to the studio, trying to make the musicians play exactly note for note. He allowed a lot of
Right.
creativity, a lot of free space, and he knew who to bring in.
Hmm.
You know, he knew who could also fix stuff when, like when
Yeah.
George Benson couldn't come in to play a line that had been erased. He got Lee
Yeah.
Ritenour to play on that thing. So he knew who could fix, who could play, who could stand.
Right.
And that's really what we do in SUNO. We know when to bring something in. We know when to say that take is abominable. Don't know. We're not using that. Let's do it again. And then you know where
Right.
to get extra sauce, So we have loops. I have my loop pack on sale for
Yep.
people who care to use that, but I use other people's loops as well. It's just like bringing in a session player. Shout out to Kirk Whalen. Kirk has got some mean loops out there on saxophone.
Yep. Well,
You
that's
know,
what I do with my SP16 is I create samples and loops of different pieces.
that's fantastic. And Suno now allows you take those samples and make entire songs with them.
I haven't even tried that yet.
Really?
I
Oh,
just noticed that. I just noticed that last night.
it's
I've been that busy. It's been crazy.
I can imagine. But I'm glad busy's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, I got another way to for you for another reason to be against AI.
Uh huh.
Well, we look at music business, the term music business. Music business is 10% music, the rest is business. That's it. All right, we're going to start there. So, with this business, I need to do music. Okay, that means, all right, it's business. These people will do money. They will do business for money. All right, hey, I can't afford a studio musician. Wait, that's not what we're talking about. This ain't even an argument here, because if you're going to be in the music business and you want to tour the world and you want to be that rock star, that means if you take that major stage, you're going to have professional players with you on stage playing that music in the background.
That's true.
Well, you ain't going to take them a crappy demo tape, but you can take them a SUNO recording. That's your demo right there. Then you can take your demo. Then you go to the union. That's the AFM, American Federation of Musicians. And then the best players in the world were all members. And it's like, who wants to do this gig? You know what I mean? At a kick-ass rate. Now you got your recording made with top tier, A-list players.
That's true.
Now you own your product. Now you own your business because you own your label and you. All right. And now, okay, I just hired these guys. Now I took my demo tape from SUNO. Boom, I got real people playing. Or like I said, you can bring it in like I'm doing, like on some of my tracks. I've got some of the AI players playing in with me, and I'm playing with it. You know what I mean? It's integrating.
It is.
But it doesn't matter which way you want to cut it. It's how much you own 100% of a pie, but if nobody's buying your pie, you ain't getting shit. You know what I mean?
It's a very sobering thought. And I think that's what's going to distinguish between the top players in AI music and those who will just be, like the bedroom artist, who no one never hears.
I'm sorry, I forgot. But back to that story what I was saying about that. Instead of just hiring those musicians there, now you want to be that rock star. You want to be on stage. Now you got the real recording you can sell as your product. Now go back to the union, because these are all union gigs. The big stages I play are all union gigs. People on the street don't play these gigs. And they're high-paying gigs. You know what I mean? And then you hire your band for the tour, and then boom. It's all business.
That's
10%
true.
music, the rest is business.
That's true.
That's all I got to say. And with this business and this business, technology is where it's at. And the technology is already using the AI. Why aren't you? You know what I mean? Because now you got to manage. Like I said, how much money do you want to make? Are you the man with all the hats, or are you delegating the hats? Or are you giving all your hats away? It's what part of the game do you want to play?
True.
But it's still music business. 10% is music, the rest is business.
That's right. That's right. I think
if you ain't doing nothing, you ain't got no business.
That's true. That's true. And honestly, music business isn't for everyone. Some people are going to be happy just, Yeah, they're gonna be happy
Uh,
just using it
there's
as
some people
they
that
have been.
it's like maturing when they're kids. It's like that's the dream. Most people they grow out of. It's a fad. You know
True.
what I mean? There's only select few that could take it the whole 9 yards.
That's very, very true. I think you've convinced me that AI isn't ruining music. It's ruining, music for those who want it to be ruined.
Hmm.
But for those who are progressive in thought and who understand futures and dynamics and the way things are, Santa Joy put it very nicely when he said those who had issues with cassette taking away the vinyl and the CD taking away the cassette, there will always be an argument. You can't please everyone. There are going to be those who dig their feet in negatively, don't do anything with it, just moan and complain, and they'll die complaining, because they won't pivot. They'll just keep complaining. And then you have those who will pivot. You have those who are even in the top tier with no reason at all to pivot because they're doing very well. But because they're progressive, they will pivot. I just put up a clip of Jordan Rudess, absolute beast on the keys, and he's gravitating towards AI. He doesn't need to, but it's prudent to as a musician, right? And it can only amplify when you bring your A game. So
Yeah.
I think the argument should be it's fine if you don't want to use AI, but don't demonize it. It should be something of choice. If you don't want to gravitate towards it, don't. But don't spoil it for those of us who are finding value from it. I agree there has to be some regulations. There has to be some ethical restraints. But as far as just using AI for your pleasure and using it to create your own personal songs without copying, stealing from someone else,
Right.
I think we're
Well, there's
good.
no reason because of AI. There's no reason to steal from somebody else when you can learn how to talk to a machine and always create something badass
Exactly.
if you're creative.
Absolutely.
It's like, wow.
It's
I
true.
see it. You know what I mean? This could help. This in ways helps people grow. Like I said, if you're off doing good, it's good or evil. If you're off
True.
doing good things, you're gonna do good things.
That's true. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
100%. You're right. Yeah. There will be people who will do good with AI, and there will be people who do good without AI, and there will be people who do bad
I ain't
with
got
AI.
time to worry. I ain't got time to worry about. I got to worry about me and my family
There you
and
go.
how to serve Yahoo with my talent.
Absolutely.
That's my mission in life.
There you go. Absolutely. So, my friends, I want to say a big thank you to those of you who chatted in while we were going at it, while I was playing the devil's advocate for AI is eating the dogs and is eating the cats.
Thank you, Phill,
Faith.
for having me on tonight, man.
Oh, thank you, Phoenix. Thank you as always. So, Beatology said, oh, his buddies banned me from their channels. Oh, dear. My ADAT Stractin forced. Oh, you had to use Cubase after. Okay. I resisted for as long as I could. There's this Roland gadget. It was called the VS1680. So that came a little bit after ADAT. And it was meant to be an all-in-one, 8 tracks in. And I would carry that thing around proudly and use it to record. And
Right.
just probably not the best. When DAWs came on the scene, I should have pivoted, but I didn't. But I learned my lesson.
Wow.
Yeah. Hoobs Production says similar conversations were done when VSTI came out 30 years ago. That's true. Old Stack Note said way more people out there making music than what's in the music business. And that's a great thing because the music business, the the past 25 years has been trash. Yeah, UMG, WMG, and Sony will argue with you. What are you listening to? You're correct. I agree. There's very little. Oh, thank you, Sound of Joy. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. Very, very, very generous of you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So yeah, I quite agree with everything everyone has said. And then Old Stanknote says you have as much chance at violating copyright when you write something yourself as you do when you use AI. Isn't that true? Very
Yeah.
true. I might just be.
It's tangible and copyrightable.
That's
As soon
true.
as you create something,
That's true.
it is tangible. It is copywritten, protected in the U.S.
Absolutely. Well, I want to say a big thank you to everyone who came through. Appreciate your generosity. Sound of Joy. I enjoy running
Right
into
on.
your shorts and your lives. Sometimes I'm on the lives not wanting to disrupt, so I'm just soaking it all in. And I love the way you spend time with your people teaching them. A lot of those young uns be coming on your shows, and I see how you spend time with them. Wow, Old Stag Note, appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Thank you for encouraging me to keep holding down the fort. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate all of your contributions, all of your words, all of your rationalizations. I know there are a lot of people that are not for AI music and they are on the show listening, but they're not commenting. Maybe you can comment in the comments afterwards. Because what I did, I opened this. I don't think I just made it for subscribers. I said everybody can chat because I really wanted the most aggressive of the my subscribers. I have some pretty aggressive ones who yeah, and it's good. It balances the ecosystem. I'm not against those who are against AI. I think it helps keep everywhere intact. Like it helps me go back and rethink, and it just helps the community. So I am not against debating that AI is spoiling our lives. So if you have any further arguments, I want you to put the arguments in the comments, and hopefully we can have this conversation again. But thank you, Phoenix. Don't forget to put your book information in the chat.
Oh, thank you, Phil.
Thank you. We're going to drop off right now, and then it's going to take you to how can we be authentic in AI. For those who want to stay on for that, just stay on. The moment we get off, we'll take you to that next conversation of how we can be authentic. I have a 4-pronged formula that is going to be shared in the next session after this. All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Sound of Joy. Thank you, Old Stack Note. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you, Mystic. Aurora. Thank you, everyone. Sound of Joy. Beatology. Thank you. Appreciate you all. Talk to you again very soon. Au revoir. Talk to you soon, Phoenix.
All right, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. Welcome. I'm working on a track from SUNO, and this track has got two parts. It's called Jammin', and I quite liked what I heard in two of the different tracks, and I'm putting them together using the DAW, right? But I wanted you to pay attention to what exactly is happening as I mix this track. So right here, I have the main parts of the song. So I have one take that I liked and a second take, and I'm putting them together. First take. And the second take, this is where I'm joining them. So it ends like this. So you barely hear any static in the second one, but the first one, there's a break in the song, and I want you to listen to the artifacty, staticky sound. Listen. Right here. Do you hear that? Now let me just get that spot, because I really want you to pay close attention to this really, really awful artifacty sound that you get sometimes in SUNO. You hear that? and honestly, that is unacceptable. I just couldn't take it. Just listen to that. Horrible. So what I decided to do was get the stems to find the culprit. And that's exactly what I'm going to walk you through. So coming down here, I looked at all the tracks. So this is the bass track. The bass track was relatively okay. It's okay. Drums. And let's get to the break. See that? It's radio silence. So it's not the bass and it's not the drums. And I started unraveling the rest. It's not even, it's not the backing vocals. Let's try the lead vocals. It's not that. And then here we come to brass. Jamming. Wasn't the brass. Brass is. Jamming. So there's brass over here in the upper measures.
We're moving on, we're moving on. When Mike's ahead, ain't going to quit. Jamming, jamming, jamming on the keys, we're jamming. Yeah. Jamming, jamming, jamming.
It's not those. So at the end of the day, I get to this track called Other. And when I get to that break,
jamming on the
so let's play just that one and listen to Other right from the beginning. Listen to that. Isn't that crazy? This is the culprit. Here's keyboards. It's not too bad. I mean, it's not exactly quiet, but it was okay at that spot. So this is your culprit, this. And what do you have here? What do you have here? Just static. You hear that? Isn't that crazy? Ridiculous, right? So when I muted it finally, I then realized what my problem was. My problem was one tiny little track in a multitude of tracks. And it's hard for you to tell. That's what it was. So what I'm doing now, I have played a different piano part up here. So I'm going to play my piano part. This is my piano part. This is the Piano Tech VST, really nice VST.
Jamming on the keys.
Now I'm going to have to align it with the initial one, because what I realized is after getting the stems, I realized it didn't lock in exactly with the composite version. But I'm going to tidy that up and I'm going to be on my merry way. You see, sometimes you just have to go the extra mile with some of these tracks, you know, because if you just download them as is and you feel you got something good, when you're mastering it, I actually realized this in mastering, and I've performed this song a few times on different channels, but I didn't realize how bad the noise was until I got down to mastering it. And it was when I had passed it through Isotope and Lander, the noise levels, they were just unbearable. So my friends, pay close attention to what you're finally pushing out, and you know, you're bound to find a place of improvement in a lot of these tracks, because while SUNO is great, that staticky, artifacty, and then slithering, noisy thing that you hear, it's, especially when you got headphones on, it could be quite painful. All right, my friends, so I hope that made sense. The solution: take all those tracks, put them in a DAW. It's worth it. If you love the track, do it. It's worth it. And at the end of the day, you know, you've got something that's solid. All right, let me know your experience with these artifacty sounds and any noises that you hear. Let me know how you deal with it, and any lessons learned that you might have. See you next time.
Welcome, my friends. Always a pleasure to be with you. Happy New Year to those of you who I have not spoken to yet. Today we're going to have some fun in studio. I kind of joke that studio is where the big dogs go, especially with all the version 5 drama. Well, we're going to go into SUNO Studio. We're going to start from scratch. We're going to give it a few seconds. You'll probably be better off using Studio if you're able. The reason is you're bringing in stuff that you created for sure. And I'm going to show you tonight, I'm going to bring in a vocal. I did a very quick vocal before I jumped on. I want to show you how you can build on that vocal from scratch. I'm going to show you how you need to shift stuff around in studio. I know it can be a headache right now, but I'm going to guide you through a process that will get you some pretty organic stuff. And I think by the time we're done, you will find Studio to be an insanely awesome tool. I've been going more into Studio lately, and I've discovered it's probably going to be my tool of choice to make things as organic and realistic as possible. So even though you might use generative content, the base is gonna be all you, okay? Well, let's jump straight in to SUNO Studio. Now, the first thing you do, like let's say you were on Create, for example, in a different world of SUNO,
you got to navigate to studio right here. Okay. I'm going to take some time, more time than usual, because I don't want anybody to get lost. So I'm going to be expanding the screen, trying to talk a little bit slower, just so that nobody gets lost. All right. So over here, where you see create, and I'm hovering over it, you may not see my mouse, but create right here. That's where we are right now. And studio is just right under it. Studio is where we want to go. Let's hit studio. And studio normally defaults to the last studio project that you had open. In this case, it goes straight to my untitled project. But if I wanted to do this from scratch, I can just click new project. So let me just do new project. So I just show you from scratch, right? Double click on untitled, or just click once on untitled and hit rename and just call it, I'm just going to call it No Fear, because that's the idea of the song. Okay. Then we have new track. There are a number of things you could do. You could hit upload and you could upload a track. Or if you have a folder that you can go to, like I'm going to go straight to my desktop and I'm going to drag in No Fear straight onto the timeline. And that's the vocal that I did just before I jumped on. Okay. So I'm going to double click on this and I'll just call it Phill vocal. All right. Oh, is my audio still low? Let me see if I can make that a little bit higher. Thank you for letting me know. Been experiencing some low audio for a while. Let's see if I can bump that up. It might have some background. Yeah, might have a little bit of background, but hopefully it's better. Is it better? Or should I go for this one? Perhaps this is a little bit better. I think it is. It's just that you're going to be hearing every click. It's extremely sensitive, this microphone. All right. Does that help? Oops. Does that help? Yeah? Wildly different? Okay. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Cosmic Legend. So this is why I like feedback, because without feedback, you won't know if you are off track. So thank you very much for that. All right. So let's go back in here and take a look at what vocal we've got. This tool seems to be pretty intelligent because I didn't tell it it was 80 beats per minute. But so it seems to know that it's 80 beats per minute. So let me explain what I've done here. I have a vocal that is very low. It's like almost bass / baritone. But what I did was I went into Automate and I dropped my vocal in there and got a vocal on a higher octave. Okay, so this song is meant to be 80 BPM. So let's turn on the metronome. You can see down below, and make it bigger. You see down below over here, can you see metronome? And if you click on that, it gives you an option to either follow track or to use a manual BPM. Well, I know it's 80, so I'm just going to use 80 BPM. And I'm going to figure out how to move things on the timeline after, but this is 80 BPM. So I have a couple of vocal tracks. The first one is mine, and the second one is an Automate vocal.
The Audimi vocal is meant to be on a higher octave. So I'm going to bring that one in. And the vocal is from Ava. Ava is the vocalist for that one. Okay, here we go.
Fear is of the devil. Fear is nothing else.
So that's my original vocal with the Audimi vocal kind of layered. So what I'm going to do is drag them to count number 9. You see 9 is right over there. So I'm going to hold down my control key and select both of them. Whoops, that didn't work. Or shift. Okay, I'm holding down shift and I'm moving them both. Let me do that again because I have to undo what I did. Okay. Shift key and drag them both to 9. So let's see.
Fear.
Okay, so I want them to start at 9. Those of you musicians, you know what that means, right? You allow 8 counts for an introduction. So this is where the fun begins in studio, because all I've got is this vocal. All I've got is this vocal. So I'm going to add a track. So we click on add track right over here. See add track? All right. When you hit add track, it adds a track. I'm going to click and move. Oh, I added 2 tracks because I clicked it twice. So let me get rid of one. And let me just drag this one down. Track, or drag this one up. I want to keep those vocals together. So the new track, this is where the fun begins. We are going to make this drums. All right, hit rename. And let's bring it back to normal. Okay. Now, I'm going to collapse it by holding down the control key, and I'm using the wheel on my mouse so that I can see more of the area. And then I am going to select one all the way down to maybe 57. I'm kind of painting. This is what I just call painting in SUNO, because when you're painting, you don't really know how everything is going to end up. You got a little idea, but not complete. Actually, let me do more, because you just never know with SUNO. You just never know what you're going to get. All right, so now I've got drums. Right here at the bottom where it says song, we're going to click on that, and we're going to select drums. Drums, drums, drums. Or percussion, except I'm dreaming. Oh, there we go. Drums is right at the top. Sneaky little drum kit. All right, there at the top we got drums. So I have drums selected. And under styles, I'm going to ask it to give me a reggae style. Reggae with punchy drums. I don't know if I should help it by telling it what key it's on, but it's usually able to detect the key. One of the things I found with this tool is it sometimes gives you instruments you don't want. So let me just say only drums, nothing else. Okay, and then go ahead and hit create. All right, so now it is rendering, it is thinking, it's doing its thing. I'm gonna make myself a little bit smaller and tuck myself away in the corner just so that you can see all that's going on. But right now we don't even have any keyboards, we don't have any guitars or bass, but we're just going for drums. and when it's done rendering, we're going to check it out. What I advise you to do is to layer piece upon piece. If I wanted to direct it a little bit more, I could have actually played some keys on top of it, but I want to paint from scratch today and see how well it's able to allow me to paint from scratch without giving it so much information. So let's check it out. Here's the drums. Okay, so this is lesson number 1, patience. Patience with SUNO Studio, because it's not quite getting it exactly on the beat, so I have to move the vocals.
Fear is of the devil. Fear is nothing else but false evidence.
So I know what it's trying to do, and I just got to expand the timeline so that I can move things around. This is where I would say it's for the insanely patient right now, because SUNO Studio is not exactly there with timing. But I've learned not to complain because the results are phenomenal when you're patient. So let me try and sync it.
Fear is of the devil. Fear.
Okay, let's move it just a bit. The way to move it is to hold down your control key and try and get it to where you are aiming. So let's try it again.
Fear is of the devil. Fear is nothing else but false evidence real. But false evidence real. No fear. No fear. He has saved me from all fear. No fear. No fear. He has saved me from all fear.
So it's almost there. It just needs a little nudging. And I'm going to try to move them both up a little bit. Let's see.
No fear. No fear. He has saved me from all fear.
A little bit too fast.
No fear. No fear. He has saved me from all fear.
Okay, so that's pretty much where the vocals need to be. Next step, I'm going to add a lead vocal to support these two. And in the same way, we're going to go to song after we highlight. Actually, you know what we should do? Probably highlight a larger section. And now we will hit song, vocals, and to guide it, we got to tell it what the vocals are. So let's click on any of these WAV files, scroll down, and let me get myself out of the way. Get myself out of the way to the top. Okay. So this is the verse, I'm just going to copy it like that, and then back to the vocal. We're going to see what we've got here. We're going to give it a prompt. I'm going to say lead vocal sung in an easy chill style with a reggae vibe. Okay, and in the lyrics, this is where you want the lyrics. Okay, hit done and hit the magic button to create. For those of us who are speed demons, and I'm a self-confessed, well, reformed speed demon, because when I got into SUNO Studio, I had issues with patience, patience in prompting for each instrument, until I began to realize that there is an insane amount of value doing it this way. At the end of the day, for those of you who are truly creative and have been able to bridle the speed demon, you'll be happy with the results, but it takes an insane amount of patience. Just like the drums gave me bass. I didn't want bass. But like I said, SUNO Studio isn't exactly there yet, but it's getting there. It's getting there. All right, so this is another vocal, and why I like prompting SUNO to give me other vocal alternatives is I like hearing the ideas that it comes up with. Yes, it's my own song, but I really like SUNO's ideas. Okay. All right. So I hope it's all making sense. Feel free to chat in any questions. Be more than happy to respond. And again, a shout out to Comics Legend. Oh, I thought it was Cosmic. Comics Legend. Oh, you're a comic fan like me. Chat into me what comics you like. Are you a Marvel fan, or are you on the DC side? Or both? I like both, to be honest. Both are pretty cool. All right, let's check this out.
Fears of the devil, fears nothing else but false evidence real, but false evidence real. No fear, no fear. He has saved me from all fear. No fear, no fear. He has saved me from all fear.
Not bad, SUNO, not bad. Now, the idea is not to take it all the way to the nth degree, but I just want you to get the idea of what painting entails. It's an insanely vast amount of patience required for this kind of stuff, my friends. So next we're going to add a track, and this track we're going to attempt the classic reggae trombone sound. Trombones. You cannot do reggae without trombones and guitar for sure. So what I'm going to do is make the trombone stand out, especially in the beginning. This is what I love about SUNO Studio. You can get the generative AI to just give you ideas for the trombones in the beginning, nowhere else. Or you could choose the places where you want to hear the trombones. It excites me, my friends. Especially if you've been in the studio with horns players you know what I'm talking about. You can ask them on demand to create, lines. Shout out to Claude Depper out in the UK, Harry Brown, Tony Kofi, all on my album Inventors of Our Time. Those guys, they are killer. They did big band horns on my tracks, and Claude wrote all those harmonies. It's just crazy just hearing my music transformed. So I've gone through that whole process with live players, and this is what SUNO kind of attempts to do. It may not be as pristine. Anyway, let me hit create. I tend to go down memory lane when I'm on these adventures, because there are parallels in my life from being in the studio, and you see the beauty of SUNO Studio. It's truly like being in a studio. It's not like a microwaved bing, give me a song about, you're gonna have to sweat a little bit for it, and then it delivers something that you're pleased with, because every element is scrutinized, so you're truly in the producer's seat. Let's check it out. So do you know the mistake I made just now? I made a mistake by prompting it for trombones, but I had vocals, and I had something else, obviously, because it's not done what I wanted it to do. So let's listen, though. I don't mind that vocal. It doesn't sound bad for the beginning.
Fear is of the devil. Fear is nothing else but false evidence. Real.
Okay. Well, I guess it's giving me an idea for something else I could do. But again, we're going to go back to what we really wanted, which was trombones. And I got carried away. What was I thinking? All right, let's hit brass. And then we're going to say reggae styled trombones. Sliding up to the notes. Chill and relaxed. Hit done. And boom, of course, there's no lyrics because it's an instrument. 10 credits gone, but SUNO's been very generous. Very, very generous. Now, when you create a song like this with the different elements, you pretty much are controlling the creative direction. You're more in the driver's seat. And if you're going to argue this on any level, your creative input is very evident as a director. But it's even more evident, like in the case of Sting versus Copeland and Summers. You're the writer. Sting, I don't know. I wish you the best. You and your buddies, they seem to be good guys, but arguments happen even with humans. How much more with AI? Anyway, enough said. Let's play. Here we go. Yes, sir.
Fears of the devil. Fears nothing.
So for those of you with great ears and timing impeccability, you can hear it's a little bit off. But that's kind of like a live feel, right? A little bit off. The trombones are just a little bit late, just a bit.
Fears of the devil.
A bit early, actually.
Fears nothing else but false.
Okay.
It was good up to a point, but I'm going to have to help it. So you can split the trombone by right-clicking, split. Now you have a piece you can move. You can hold down your control key and just move it up, to where it should be. Let's listen.
Fears of the devil. Fear.
Okay. Actually, it's not completely bad. There we go.
Fears nothing else but false evidence real. But false evidence and real. No fear.
So, assuming I wanted to go with this lead vocalist, sounds pretty cool. I could unmute the Order Me vocal. I could send it to the right. So I got two singing here.
But false evidence and real.
And I can unmute my vocal and send it to the left.
But false evidence and real. No fear. No fear. He has saved me from all fear. No fear. No fear.
And here there's some timing things, tiny little fiddly things I could tidy up and move around, but for the sake of this live, I'll just keep it rolling.
No fear. No fear. He has saved me from all fear.
Okay, so something else I could do is just truncate everything from the top. So let me explain. So if I wanted this vocal to start from about 14 or 15, I could just tuck it in. I could hold down the control key so that it doesn't snap. You hold down the control key so it doesn't snap. And then these guys come in only on the chorus.
But false evidence and real. No fear.
So I want them to come in on No Fear. I'm just gonna hold down my control key and there you have it. Boom. Okay, so we got a couple of lead vocals. We got our trombones. I don't want to compromise the guitar, so we are going to add another track. Add track. And this is going to be guitar. And we're going to get it to start from the beginning. And hit song, guitar. And I'm going to say reggae styled rhythm guitar with occasional licks. All right, and hit create. And truly what you're doing is step-by-step production work. You do know that when all this adventure is over, for those of you who are curious, over here at the top we have an export button, and if you click on export, you can export the multi-track, which means all of the individual stems, and they'll all line up in your DAW, and you can cook the life out of this thing in your DAW. You can add new stuff from outside. You can add new instruments from outside. You can transform it. And just a cautionary note, I never, ever use SUNO tracks exactly as is. Ever. I never use them exactly as is. Now, when I say I don't use them as is, I am either going to engineer them a little bit more to make the master sound to industrial standard, one of the problems with SUNO tracks from version 5 is they have a kind of sound at the end, which is highly unprofessional. You do not want your tracks to have that, so you got to cut them. And then you want to also level up the frequency. Some of the frequencies are either too low or too high or just not evened. There's a curve you want them to have. And that's when, at a minimum, you take them into a DAW, you do things with isotope, or you might just do things with, you might put them in Lander at a minimum. So I highly advise against using SUNO tracks as is. There's always an element of refinement needed, and actually from any DAW. I do this with any output from, any AI tool. Now this is kind of like a DAW, but I just mean any AI tool, right? Any AI tool, don't just use it as is, try to tidy them up. There's usually more, there's something you can do to it. And this is for folks who want to go that extra mile. Because I know a lot of folks just want to hit the microwave button and then the track comes out and they don't do anything with it. You just go release it. And majority of the people that listen won't hear, but some will. And it's just always better to do it as professionally as possible. If you don't know about it, that's cool. But the moment you do, you might want to start looking into that. Okay. Now, one of the other things that I've noticed with SUNO Studio is once you've got the core down, you got the vocals, you got the bass, you got the keys, now we're putting in the guitar. The other things that you want to see can be added without hesitation, without much hesitation. And what I mean by that is you can just go in and begin adding additional pieces where you think they would fit best. It could be a toss-up sometimes if you haven't heard what the last track you added is, but it's also a risk-taking kind of adventure. So I could add a track right now like this. Let's bring it down. I think I saw a chat from one of our friends. Serving my Redeemer, how you doing? Reggae style offbeat, steel drums, guitar and harmonica. There you go. There you go. Lovely. And honestly, you can, like a prompt that Serving My Redeemer gave me, you can take that stuff and you can just put it all in, and SUNO can give you an entire backing, so you don't have to add piecemeal. I just want you to know that the same way it gave drums and bass, you can just add a ton of stuff all at once. All right, now this guitar is really cooking the life out of this thing. It hasn't rendered any waveform just yet. Okay, so there's a few things I would like to see. So let me change this to, I want an organ in that spirit. And maybe just here in the beginning. So real crazy organ. So let's go ahead and choose keyboard. Is there organ here? Just keyboard. All right, so I'll just say, organ with a swirling Leslie effect just at the beginning. So that shouldn't cause too much trouble, and I can always pan it off to the left. Okay, so an organ, a guitar, towards the midpoint where there's a break, just for demonstration purposes, let's go ahead and put in a sax. And the sax will come in around here. Like that. Oops, like that. Yeah. So, song, woodwinds, and melodic minor blues let's see if it can give me a tenor sax solo right there. And you do know that you got all these options to change the colors just so they stand out and you know what's what. That guitar is still cooking. Oops. Not that. This one. Let's make this one yellow. Or this one. Yeah, the guitar is really taking its time. Still cooking, but it's coming. The woodwind seemed to be ready, and the organ seems to be ready. Okay. Hey, Beatology, my brother, how you doing? Good to see you coming through. Happy New Year to you. How are the adventures out there? How are the Crenshaw people doing? Hope it's nice out there. Hope you're doing well. I stumbled into one of your lives, man. That was I think that was on the 31st or the 1st. I was pleasantly surprised to see you killing it in StreamYard. So shout out to you, my brother. Well done. Tell me what's new. Tell me something new. Okay, here we go. Seems like my audio from the SUNO is in need of a kick. Huh. Let me do a refresh. See if that helps kick it into common sense. Because I ain't hearing it. Huh. Can you guys hear it? No, because I can't hear it. So there's definitely something up with my audio. Let's see. Or something up with Studio. Definitely something up with Studio. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on. Let me try just panic. Okay, so YouTube is fine. But Studio seems like I might have hit something that I'm not aware of. Huh. Okay, let me go back to just regular create mode and troubleshoot this. Seven, my Redeemer says, being a poet for years and SUNO is turning mere words on a page into wow moments. Absolutely. Bitoji says, how do you get those moving backgrounds? Oh, so in StreamYard you got a video section, so you got to click video and then you got to actually upload the videos to StreamYard. So that's working, but Studio has gone rogue for some reason. I'm figuring out Discord as we speak, my brother. I need to revisit it again. But okay, so this must be an error, but where from? Where's the error coming from? This is very, very interesting. Does anyone know what the problem could be? Any in-house experts? I'm supposed to be the expert. But this defies me. I have no idea what's going on. So there is sound, but
Of the devil.
so I just guessed. This is quite interesting because I just guessed that this guitar track that's been trying to render for past 10 minutes was the problem. The moment I muted the guitar track, the sound came back. So I got to delete this. This is a rogue track, and actually it's interesting to see what happened, what unfolded here, because that's very, very, very strange indeed. All right, let's delete it. Let's play. Okay, so again, back to my point of patience, friends. You just got to be patient using this thing. All right, let me use the same prompt here, and let's try again, just in this tiny little section. Yeah, it just shows you that these errors in software, they happen all the time, and you just gotta muscle through it. Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, on StreamYard, it's got the ability to upload an MP4. So you can upload an MP4 with a moving background, or you can upload a PNG. But when you upload an MP4, just make sure that it loops, because I know you've been dabbling into the likes of what do you call it, Sora. So you can actually use Midjourney to get a perfect loop. Midjourney will give you a perfect loop. Yeah, you can actually get an image first in Sora and then get some motion in Midjourney. All right, let's check it out and see if the guitar came through.
Feels nothing else. He has saved me from all fear. No fear.
So that guitar is going a little bit rogue. You gotta get it under control. The reason why you want to do this in Studio before you export it to a DAW is you will have the same trouble in your DAW. So it's better to just resolve it here once and for all. When you move them into the DAW, they'll behave themselves.
Of the devil. Feels nothing else but false evidence real. But false evidence and real. No fear, no fear. He has saved me from all fear. No fear, no fear. He has saved me from all fear.
All right, so I'm going to fade this saxophone out gradually, and I'm going to bring in the master toaster. We're going to bring in the master toaster, the toaster man. Okay. Let's rename. And let's think about a theme. So, okay, I got some chats in. Canva. Okay, thank you at Serving My Redeemer. Appreciate that. I'm glad you were able to check that out on the members section, and I hope to bring you folks more stuff like that. So I also saw another question about can't we do the videos in Sora? You could, but the truth about Sora's video, especially Sora 1, not the new Sora, the old Sora is not that great. The old Sora has got issues. The video is not as great as new Sora. New Sora is crazy. It's really, really good. Old Sora with the video, it's a toss-up. You gotta kind of brace yourself for some of the worst video, like the original AI slop. I'm sorry, but yeah. When people say AI slop, they'll have a field day if they go through some of the Sora videos. Now, if you're patient, you can get some good Sora videos on the old one, but from what I've experienced, it's kind of like a toss-up. So what we're going to do next, my friends, we're going to put some reggae-styled vocals and toast. Styled toast. Okay, and then I'm gonna give it some ideas of what it can say and just hope for the best. Now, I have friends who do this for a living. They do it like really, really well. But since I don't have them, we're gonna see if Sora can SUNO, I beg your pardon, can work something out for a patois toast. Hopefully it can towards the end of the song. But yeah, and there's some really, really great artists. Shout out to, I believe it's Little Lion. Really great artists on that label. Don't know where they are, but they sound really, really good and authentic. So let's see what we can get from this SUNO prompt. Let me see what else I missed. Hey, Ruler 42. Ruler 42. Let's get started on that. My goodness, talk about the latency. So the two things with the latency in studio. Not only is it distracting, it's also uncontrollable in that when you're recording into SUNO, let's zoom in. When you're recording into SUNO Studio, like you would have to activate the track and do all that stuff. But then the real problem that I've found is you cannot hear the output. Like with a regular DAW, you can choose to hear your output along as you're recording. And I'm not saying that every DAW is bulletproof. It really depends on your system and a lot of other parameters, the mic and so on. But if you are recording vocals or keys or anything into SUNO directly, yeah, you got to be prepared for the latency. There's some really interesting latency, but again, what I typically do is this one thing. This is the one thing that has helped me. This one thing down here called a metronome. So if the metronome is on, you're able to hear the count, and I typically would do, you know, clap to the metronome so that I'm hearing it in my headset, I'm singing, and all I do once I'm done is move the first few claps to the metronome, and that usually takes care of it. So it's like a firefight. You got to just tactically explore each obstacle and try to overcome it. But you're very correct. The latency is not cool. Oh, in SUNO. So Beatology said yes, absolutely. So you can create a video in SUNO, although so far what I've done is I've done a placeholder video, and I've also done a lyrics video, but I haven't done an all-out musical video. I'm yet to explore that in SUNO if it exists. What I typically do is I use Hedra and some of the other tools. All right, what else did I miss? Seven My Redeemer says, what about when certain words in lyrics require phonetic? Oh yeah. So what about when certain words in lyric requires a phonetic scripting, otherwise SUNO mispronounces the word? Entire tune and melody is perfect, but that last word gets mispronounced. Yes. So if that's the case, you're going to have to reprompt and then spell out phonetically as much as possible. Yeah. All right. So let's listen to this.
Can't prosper at all when you're on the me. Me not stumble.
Okay, so I know what confused it. It's not bad. I'm going to check out the second option. So just so you know, those of you who have not been in here very much, every track that SUNO renders has a couple of options. So if I click on the +1, I can see the 2 takes. See that? And it seems like I only have, okay, I do have 2 takes for this. So let's listen to both takes. Let's just play that piece right here. Okay, it's coming.
No fear in me heart, Jah light lead my way. Chains them broke off, see me rise every day. What them send for can't prosper at all when Jah hand upon me. Me not stumble nor fall from darkness to dawn. My spirit stand tall, fear run left the scene when righteousness call. Me walk with courage, truth guard my breath. Delivered and free, my life louder than death. Hey.
Okay, that wasn't bad. Let's listen to the second take. Here we go.
No fear in me heart, Jah light lead my way. Chains them broke off, see me rise every day. What them send for can't prosper at all when Jah hand upon me. Me not stumble nor fall from darkness to dawn. My spirit stand tall.
So I don't know if you notice very subtle difference between the first and the second is pretty much just a piano lick that I heard. the waveforms are very similar. It's not bad. The only problem, this is another good lesson. Because I had the saxophone overlapping, it seemed to want to use the saxophone as reference to know what to toast or the melody to use, and I didn't want it to use the sax melody. So I am going to mute that. I'm going to add another track. I'm going to use exactly the same prompt. So I'm going to take my lyrics and another vocal track here. Toast to, and vocals. There we go. And yep, that's it. And let's just go like that. Okay, I think we got it. Hit create, and let's give it some time. In the meantime, let me check out the organ and see what it did. I really didn't pay much attention to the organ. So it's a little bit off, as you can hear. You know, this is where a lot of the patience comes in. You gotta be patient with SUNO Studio. So it's a little bit off. Okay, let's listen to what's really going on there, because I'm hearing some additional interruption. Like it's not just an organ. It's not bad, actually.
Fears of the devil, fears nothing else but false evidence.
So that wasn't bad, although it has another chink chink, which I wasn't looking for that. I just wanted an organ. This is how sometimes I take the entire thing out into a DAW, and I can make those embellishments myself by playing it myself. There we go. Much better.
Fears of the devil, fears nothing else but false evidence real, but false evidence real. No fear, no fear. He has saved me from all fear. No fear, no fear. He has saved me from all fear.
Well, obviously something went off the beaten path there. I have no idea why it decided to change key. That is very interesting. So let me see what happened. Wow. It went rogue. Okay. Let's delete that and let's continue. I think what happened, actually, let me explain this to you just so you understand the context. This is very interesting. So remember when I was trying to like get things right, it appears that I might have nudged the drums transpose numbers. You see these numbers on the right? These numbers can either transpose the music or you can speed it up. So you can have double speed or half speed. Seems like the speed or the transpose went rogue for a second there. So if I take it back to 0, but if the vocal, oops. All right. Okay. I'm going to have to jump off very, very soon. But I'm hoping you could still hear me. I went off the track for a second. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Hoping you can. So actually this was a user error, and it's probably because I nudged something. I don't know what I hit, but I might have hit something in the process, but at least I need to correct it.
Me now stumble nor fall from darkness stood on me. Spirit stand tall, fear run left the scene. When righteousness call me, walk with courage. Truth guard my breath, delivered and free. My life louder than death.
All right, that wasn't bad. So addressing what happened is a very simple problem. If you have your clip selected and you hit this button or you clicked on this button somehow, it's just going to go off key. You see what I'm saying? That transpose is there for a reason, right? But if you hit it inadvertently, see that? It just sounds totally off because it is off. This is on, I think we did this on E minor. So if I hit transpose 3 times, then I'm no longer on E minor. I am now on F. I'm now on G minor, which is just horrendously different. It's not even that close. So it just stuck out like a sore thumb. So it wasn't bad. The toast wasn't bad.
No fear na me heart, your light lead me way. Chains them broke off, see me rise every day. What them send fi arm can't prosper at all. When Jah hand upon me, me nah stumble nor fall from darkness to dawn. Me spirit stand tall, fear run left the scene. When righteousness call me, walk with courage. Truth guard my breath, delivered and free. My life louder than death.
That's funny. The band decided to transpose midsection. They want to go to a higher level. All right. Just kidding. All right, so let's chop this off. Chop this off. Boom, we're done. That's it. And what you could do is just hit export and just take the multi-track out, go into the land of your DAW, go crazy in your DAW, add more stuff, add more harmonies, because, you know, I would have loved to add some oohs and ahs, you know, some interjections with vocals. Like, you've heard Bob Marley, you know how his vocalists get down. Those folks were just supreme when it came to background vocals, the art of background vocals in reggae. You go take a lesson from Bob. Just absolutely incredible. So I would have liked to do some stuff like that, but this is really just to illustrate how you paint in SUNO Studio. I think SUNO Studio is one of the most underrated tools in this whole generative AI world, because as you can see from my demonstration here, it was built from scratch. Okay, I know there's a lot of sentiment and a lot of emotions, you know, around the data, you know, that was used to train SUNO and such, but as a musician, you have more control over your creation when you come into SUNO Studio than version 5. I could take what I've done, I could do export full song. I could do export full song. Watch this. Export full song, because I want to show you SUNO's versatility. The SUNO is getting a lot of hate these days because of, you know, its alliance. But anyway, you see right here on the screen, it says no fear was saved to your library. Let's click on that. I'm going to go to my library. So this is no fear, right? I'm going to go back to create. So over here in create, I've got no fear. Let's see. I can remove the ability to remix this, which you should for your songs. Otherwise, who knows who's going to end up remixing your tracks. But I'm going to hit these 3 dots and I could do a remix. See that? Remix. Cover. So this is a song that we just did, right, in SUNO Studio. But now I'm coming into SUNO version 5 and I am remixing it. I could do all sorts of things from this point on. I could actually, let's see. I don't think it's gotten the lyrics yet, but I could do the lyrics normally appear, but nowhere to be found. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and do a different style. Let me do a persona just for giggles. Persona, I'm going to use Lorna, one of my personas, and thinking I might just use, I'm just going to leave the lyrics blank. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't get lost, but I'm going to crank up the audio influence. So if I wanted to do it like a neo soul version of the same song, I could okay, no fear, neo soul. I've shown you folks how to do this before, so this is really just for the benefit of those that haven't seen it. But you can work a song up to a point in Studio, and then you can bring it into Beatology. You're funny. Oh dear. Okay. You could bring it in, like I said, to version 5, and then you can just do covers of it in different styles. It's kind of fun.
got together. Excuse nothing else.
So it's speaking gibberish because I didn't give it the lyrics, but that's okay. But you kind of get the idea.
Together.
It's speaking gibberish, but I hope that helps show you what you can do with SUNO. Absolutely incredible tool, SUNO Studio, very underrated. Even perhaps I'm as guilty as everyone else who has, not given SUNO Studio its props, because it's a very, very solid tool that brings out a lot of creativity. It makes you think, makes you take calculated steps as opposed to just hitting the button, just like you saw me do just now. I just said, do me a cover. Very little regard, but a lot of the work has already been done on the back end, if you get what I'm saying. Okay? No shade on version 5. Version 5 is great. But I think Studio is more amazing, even with the kinks and not being able to line up stuff on point. Yeah, it has its faults, but I think the greatness far outweighs the faults. So I guess I'm a reformed Studio user, because in the beginning I was moaning and grumbling, why doesn't it line up? I wasn't happy about that, but if one can be patient, one can get insane results from Studio. All right, that's the end of my my little rant there about SUNO Studio. Again, this is all just my interpretation, my perspective. I, don't work with SUNO at all, which is why sometimes I'm brutally, critical about SUNO, and other times, you get the other side, because there's always the downsides and the upsides. I don't think there's any other tool in the world that comes close right now to SUNO Studio. In fact, there's none. Yeah, I've put Moises in. Oh, thank you, Serving My Redeemer. Appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, you see the clarity? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. So, I'm glad you found it useful, and I hope it gives everybody an idea of what you could get out of SUNO by doing a number of things, doing a combination of things, trying out some stuff in Studio, and let's not forget where it all started from. Let me go back to the very, very beginning, because it all started from this vocal. This original vocal, where is it? No fear, no fear. And then I coupled that with the Automie vocal, and we had just those two in the beginning and nothing else. And we just built from these two. No fear. And we just built from there. So it was fun. It was a fun adventure. It might be more challenging to do this with some other styles, but you could start with drums, you could start with bass, you could start with keys, and you could just keep building as you go along. Okay. All right, my friends. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate all of you for coming through. Oh dear, I like your interpretation of toast. Very, very, very cool. All right. Does anyone have any questions that you want me to answer? Because I love to answer questions. Anything else you want me to talk about? Time right here is 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:24 to be precise. If I know what's good for me, I should go get some shut-eye. All right. In the absence of questions, I want to say a big thank you to all of you for coming through. Those who were not able to stay till the end, hopefully you'll catch the replay, and this will give you some ideas on how to use SUNO Studio. I went extremely slow today for sure. I was not a speed demon. Shout out to Comic Legends for letting me know about the clarity of the vocal in the beginning, that you couldn't hear what I was saying. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to my buddy Beatology, Serving My Redeemer. Thank you so much for the super chat there. And also our friend who came through in the beginning to talk about latency. Who was that? I saw that chat in the beginning. Ruler42, yes. Thank you, Ruler42. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. It's very important we talk about the latency. Very important. Okay. All right, my friends. I'll take us out with a jam one more time. And maybe, just maybe, you'll see this in one of my releases. Maybe on a future date. All right, let's go.
But together, choose nothingness. What false evidence film? What false headed onto screen? By fear, you have saved me from a fear. Save me from a fear. Save me from my fear.
I want to give a shout out to friends who have come through very recently. Shout out to KP and Miami Blues
And shout out to Nitin out of India, and shout out to Cynthia. And hope you're doing well, Doc. And I saw your message. How do you keep your voices in SUNO? Well, first of all, your recordings in SUNO are always there, right? I would advise that you develop a persona for the voices you like. I have developed personas for the voices that I find quite intriguing. And those personas, they show up on a lot of my recordings. They have similar idiosyncrasies to the tracks that I love when they show up. So I would advise doing that. I would also advise just being attuned to technology, because things are going to change in the future. Even SUNO updated its personas. And when they update their personas, it will be prudent to update yours as well. So what I've done is I've updated my personas, but I also have my original version 4.5 personas, which still work, sometimes even better than my version 5 persona. So personas are the way to go. But as long as you have your tracks and you're able to extract the vocal performance, the future is bright. But again, technology is moving at a very rapid rate, and you have firms like Audemy and Controller Voice that offer you the ability to clone your voice and use it as the lead. And I think that is not a bad thing. Some people think you have to be like a world-class singer to clone your voice. You don't. Your voice might be a world-class voice. You just don't know it because you don't know how to play the instrument. A lot of people have brilliant voices, but they don't know how to play the instrument. The same way you learn how to play an instrument, you could have the most expensive Steinway. You could have a $2 million Steinway, but you can't play it. It's going to sound like garbage until you learn how to play it. The same way with your voice. If you don't learn how to play your voice, you could have a golden voice, but you don't know it. You don't know how to play it. So I would say be hopeful of technology in the future, and you just very well might be pleasantly surprised hearing yourself in a totally different light in the future. SUNO is working on such technologies, that's all I'll say. But personas will be the way to go for now. I hope that answers your question.
And those are the
Let's get back to the
great
program.
people around me. 'Cause life is all about connectivity. Spirit goes, spirit flows, spirit goes, spirit flows. Spirit goes,
Welcome, my friends. Today I'm going to show you how easy it is for you to get started if you are a musician looking to create backing tracks for your performances or you're a singer. There are different things you could do. First of all, if you've got a keyboard, I've got a tiny little keyboard here, but this keyboard helps me tell SUNO the notes that I want to put into it, right? If I want chords, I want scales, all I need to do is record and feed it into SUNO, and it will generate based on what I'm putting in. For today, we're going into my website, phillc.net, and we're going into the AI tools that I've developed. So let's go into environment generators. And over here, if you scroll down to the second one, you've got a number of genres and subgenres. So assuming I wanted to get something jazzy and let's say more like cool jazz, chilled and relaxed moods, a little bit slow, punchy fat drums, an acoustic, more like an acoustic upright bass. Let's say I wanted no lead melody and maybe some jazzy chord voicings, clean and polished. I just hit generate prompt, copy that prompt, and then I go into SUNO. Now, instead of going to the more advanced SUNO, I'll just go into simple. I'm going to say this should be on C minor. I'm going to try and guide it to C minor, and then I'm going to paste my prompt there, okay? And I don't have any lyrics. It's just going to be straight up instrumental for now. I'm going to go ahead and hit create. And on hitting create, it's going to create for me a couple of jams. I see one jam has a page, and this is called Late Night in C minor. Now, the only thing about these jams is when I create them, sometimes the lead instrument dominates and prevents me from being able to play what I want to play. So what do? Let me show you. The cool thing about SUNO is it works as a suite of tools. It's not just a version 5 for creating songs. It actually has the studio side of SUNO. So if you click on these three dots and you go to remix/edit, when the song has fully rendered, when this spinning wheel stops, I'm going to be able to take this song into studio. And when I get into studio, what I'm going to do is strip it down to just the backing tracks. I'm going to create stems from it such that I just have bass, drums, and the background accompanying instruments. Anything that gets in the way of my lead piano, I'm going to take it out so that I can fully explore my creativity. So clicking on this, remix, you can see it says open in studio. Let's click on that. The screen is going to blink and then it will bring up SUNO Studio. This, my friends, I have found to be just wildly beneficial to me as a musician. Here's why. I love playing as a lead instrumentalist. So I bought a few arranger keyboards. The thing is that these arranger keyboards don't sound as realistic. They're okay, even the top of the top, they're good, but they don't sound as real as I want them to. So what I do is I create my own backing tracks now, and I just create them in SUNO, and then I go jam. And I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to do an all-out jam when we get done with this. You're going to see me jam on this tiny little thing, but I'm going to show you how it works, all right? So how I get the backing tracks is I come over here and I click right there. And let me take myself out of the shot so that you can see this really well. I'm going to be doing a little bit of magic on the right-hand side. I don't want you to miss it. All right, so take a look at the right-hand side here. Click on this. Okay, so we're going to click on clip. You see over here on the right, this is a very important aspect because when you come over here, you've got clip and then you've got track. You don't want it on track. You want it to be on clip. So this is what we created, okay? It's now on clip, and now you can see over here, extract stems, okay? That's what you want to click on right over here. So we extract the stems, and you've got a couple of options. Let's focus on them. You've got all detected stems, and you got just vocal and instrumental. I'm going to do all detected stems, and then we're going to zoom back out, and we're going to wait. As you can see, that spinning wheel shows you there's a number of things brewing. We've got everything from vocals, drums, bass, synth, FX. We're going to wait for all of those to get done. Now, when all of those are fully downloaded, what I'm going to do is hit this link right over here where we have Insert All. Okay, I'm going to hit Insert All, and look at that. All of them inserted right online. And the way SUNO Studio has it is it immediately goes into mute mode on the main track, so that all you're hearing are the individual tracks, the woodwinds, the brass, whatever else. And when SUNO has finished rendering, you are going to see all of the stems line up, and you're going to be able to see waveforms of each one. So let's give it a few moments. Let me take myself out of the way so that you can see this properly. All right, so we're going to give it some time, and it's going to render, and we're going to adjust the levels, and then we're going to have a blast. All right, so it's all rendered. Let's take a look at the different tracks. So as you can see, we got woodwinds, we got brass, and there's absolutely nothing. So what we're going to do is just delete the tracks where there's absolutely no waveform. So delete, delete, no waveform in effects, no waveform in synth, no waveform in strings or in percussion or even keyboard. So what we can see here is guitar, bass, drums. Backing vocals, obviously nothing because I didn't write any lyrics. So we've just got these three tracks, and the top one is the original one that's now muted. So let's listen to what we've got with these three. Seems like it's mostly guitar. So let me mute. Let me just play the solo, guitar solo, and listen. Yeah, so that's pretty much, that's where everything is as far as the solos. So what I'm going to do now is, instead of the lead from SUNO, I'm going to play the lead on my keyboard. Let's get rolling.
my friends. I hope that made sense. Very simple process. And you got a backing track, and you can jam to your heart's content. Let's do one more. my friends. Well, that's it. I hope you enjoyed watching me create these backing tracks, watching me make music. I'll see you next time.
doing great. This is a very important session where I want to break down a few things. I call it the deconstruction of the anti AI movement. We have a lot of people who are free to choose between using AI or not, listening to music created by AI or not. And a lot of people are against it, and I can understand where they're coming from. There's a lot of unknowns, there's a lot of unregulation, non regulation, should I say. But I believe that 2026 is going to mark the beginning of the end of the anti AI fiends. We have a lot of people, they're mad, they're like grenades. You know, a grenade just explodes everywhere. It's not directed, it's not focused, right? They bring up outlandish arguments. Well, those arguments, they had a leg to stand on before, but as we are progressing in the world of AI music, I see the anti AI camp falling apart. Now, to understand where the anti AI arguments fall flat, we first have to acknowledge the heavy emotional weight behind them. For many musicians, music isn't just a career, right? It's an identity. And when a machine can simulate a vibe in seconds, it feels like a devaluation of a lifetime of practice. I mean, I've been there. I share my story all the time about when my daughter showed me what she created with AI, and I immediately felt devalued. And this fear, it has transformed into the theft argument. But as the industry matures, the line between unauthorized exploitation and ethical collaboration is becoming much clearer. Let's think about it. Lots of us witnessed what happened between our friends UDIO and SUNO, WMG, UMG, SONY. Is they're coming, right? But we can already see them posturing towards AI. So the Wild West era of music, where startups scraped data without asking, is rapidly ending. Now we can make the argument, well, Suno and Udio did wrongdoing, allegedly, right? By going into YouTube and going into Spotify. We don't know, right? It's alleged. But the three major labels, right, that are responsible for majority of the world's music, Universal, Warner, and Sony, they've transitioned from being aggressive litigation to strategic partnership. I know a lot of people don't like this, but it is what it is, right? The big three know that if they do not pivot towards artificial intelligence, they will be completely run over. It's as simple as that. So Warner, Sony, UMG, yeah, we've seen them over the past number of months posture. And I know a lot of people hate them for it. I don't know if their artists hate them for it, but if their artists understand business, they'd get smart and they'd understand that, hey, this is business. This is what it's all about. So the goal of these big three companies is to turn theft into revenue, right? They ensure that AI models are trained on licensed catalogs. They might even have to go to ground zero, start from scratch, but it's what it is. So the anti-AI movement's argument, it's theft, that's gonna go away. And I know there are a lot of indie people who are also saying it's theft. You need to balance the equation by thinking about us. Well, we'll see how that pans out, but it's becoming old. It's becoming old because Suno and Udio, they are ponying up. Okay? So when the world's largest copyright holders make peace, the argument that AI is stealing, it loses its legal and structural foundation, right? Because it's becoming a regulated utility, like sampling. You can't just sample anyone and get away with it. You get what I'm saying? Things are changing, my friends. The second one is unauthorized use versus ethical assistance. So the anti-AI movement often conflates deep fakes, unauthorized, with generative tools, right? Generated content from these tools. So we have to distinguish between the two. The vocal theft fallacy, right? Using AI to clone Drake's voice, yes, right? We agree. Unethical. But there's going to be a time when you can do that in UDIO, when you might be able to do that in tools like SUNO. So that is also going to become old. Right now, it's not legal to do it, but as these companies begin to form alliances, it's going to become old when someone says, oh, that's stealing. No, the record label allowed you to do it within UDIO's walled garden. I'm not a fan of the walled garden, but let's be objective. It's a business model they want to pursue. So it will not be illegal, right? Let's also talk about the melodic partner reality, using AI to create a drum pattern. Are you kidding me? Someone says, you created a trap beat with AI, you're a thief. That's dumb. No one owns trap. Now, a specific trap beat with certain hi-hat measures and 808s in a specific mix and measure, of course, that's not allowed to take someone else's beat and steal it. But just a general trap beat like an arranger keyboard, you're telling me that's theft? That's not theft. Like a basic rock beat or funk beat, that's not theft. So if you wrote lyrics, you wrote a song, and you're using AI like an arranger to back your melody and your harmonic content, it's no different than hiring a session drummer or using a MIDI pack. These are realities that people are going to have to live with. I know a lot of the producers are not happy. I'm a producer. I couldn't care less. Let me tell you why. When everything is legalized, it's going to be me with AI versus you with AI. Me with AI to craft the best that I ever could versus you. Are you going to match me? That's what it's going to be about, because AI is a differentiator. It's an amplifier. Now, just a few days ago, I was watching T.I. speaking with Dallas Austin about how they perceive AI in music. And the general consensus, T.I. said, well, I've had talks with Dr. Dre, and we've come to a conclusion that if you don't have this thing, you're going to be left behind. And it's true. If you don't, you will be left behind. It's that simple. So the anti-AI movement, they can fuss and fight all day long about, oh, you're using AI. You cannot censor the world. You cannot censor Japan, India, Pakistan, Algeria, Egypt. Think of it's a ridiculous argument to think you can strong arm the world into your point of view. Now, it's okay if you don't listen to AI music, it's totally fine. But the argument about why you're against it is falling flat, right? The it's stealing argument is falling flat. It's becoming old. You're stealing. It shows actually a lack of education. You get what I'm saying? Let me explain further and then I'll jump off. Let me explain the difference between synthesis versus plagiarism. AI doesn't copy paste. A lot of people think, oh, Suno and UDIO, they've got all these MP3s in their basement and they're using it to generate new content. That's not the case. AI, as I've covered many times on this channel, learns from statistical relationships, right? It understands words, emotions. It understands if you're writing a song about grief, it's likely to be on a minor key, right? It's likely to be slower in tempo, except you prompt it to go against that, right? The prompt is a spark. The human provides the intent and the AI provides the output. And sometimes the output is absolutely horrendous. It's bad. But you as the human in the loop, you're going to have to reprompt over and over and over again. And this is where the artistry comes in. And a lot of people will argue it's not artistry. It's stealing. It's becoming so old, my friends, that in 2026, a lot of the anti-AI movement, they're going to have to be quiet because the stealing argument, which was the main thing, is going away. Then it's taking away jobs. That's also going away because a lot of the professionals are using it. In the next few days, I'm going to be presenting to you a number of surveys from well-known bodies like Lander. They've been in the game for over 10 years in artificial intelligence mastering. I've got some surveys from Lander I'm going to be featuring. I've got some surveys from some colleges in the United States I'm going to be featuring. You are going to see people are beginning to pivot. A lot of people are just being mum. Don't let me tell them I'm using AI. But they're using it. They're using it for ideas. They're using it for concepts. They're using it for all sorts of stuff. So, my friends, I came online to let you know that in 2026, everything is going to be changing for the anti-AI movement. You could still be against it. You could still say, I don't want to listen. I don't want to create with it. Okay, that's fine. I cover this in my AI taxonomy on philc.net. There are 9 mountains. Then we have level 1. I could use it for administration. Then level 2, I could use it just for an idea spark. Then we have level 3. I can begin to use it for audio sculpting, mastering and mixing. Then we have level 4. I could begin to use it just a little bit in the background. I'm still the lead vocalist. I'm still the lead instrumentalist, but I'll use it in the background. Then we have level 5. I'll begin to use it as a partner, 70-30, 60-40, a partner. Then we get to level 6, where you may not have a lead role, but you are a prompter, you're a sculptor. You may not have a lead role at all. Then we get to level 7, which is whole, the human out of the loop. But I know it's coming, where you touch a button and it's a turnkey model where it creates everything for you. It looks at what's happening in the charts, it suggests the music, it creates the music. I'm not a huge fan of that. But again, if it's legal, I'm not going to begrudge people who use it. Then we get to level 8, which is ambidexterity. People who say, I don't want AI to touch my indigenous music. I don't want it to touch Native American music. But for all you care, you can use it in elevator music. You get what I'm saying? There's that positioning. So the world of AI is wide. So for a select set of people high in emotions to say you're a thief, you use SUNO, you're a thief, it shows lack of education, enlightenment. Because there are many things you could use SUNO to do. You can take an entire finished song, put it into SUNO, and get a version that's different. It's your melody, it's your harmony. See, the problem with a lot of these folks, they don't understand music. Melody, harmony, rhythm. It's you created it. And SUNO is just generating an alternative, an alternate version. So 2026, my friends, the playing field is going to largely change. And I ain't scared one bit, because I'm going to put in just as much in bringing my A game, in writing, in producing. I'm still going to play live instruments in my jams. But even if I didn't, I'm still bringing my A game in the creativity. I'm still bringing my A game in the mastering. Still bringing my A game in taking those stems and remixing. So a lot of people are misguided when they hear AI music. They're just off the echo chambers on the places on the web. They have no clue how music works, very uneducated. No clue what it means to write a song, no clue about harmony, no clue about chords, no clue about rhythm. Don't get me started. I'll be here till tomorrow. Well, my friends, I want to say thank you for joining me. This is just a very quick sharing of ideas, because I know as 2026 begins to hit us, I know lots of you are thinking, what does the future hold? How am I going to position myself? The answer is simple. You're going to position yourself showing up to be the best version that you could ever be. You're going to be more creative. You're going to do research. You're going to learn more about instruments. You're going to learn more about music. And guess what? I'm going to be helping you. I'm going to be bringing you various coaches. I've already brought to you on the membership my mastering engineer. I've already brought him to you. I'm going to be bringing vocal coaches to you. I'm going to be bringing other people. So those of you who want to like meld the worlds of music and AI, and you want to do it the best way you can, I'm going to show you how to do it. I'm going to be helping you every step of the way, I promise. We're going to be having our convention next year as well. We're going to be bringing in speakers to encourage and inspire and educate. Because instead of running away from AI music, I'm running in front of the AI music. I'm not going to be run over because I'm going to keep up the pace. Don't get run over, my friends. It's very easy to get run over by running away, but don't run away. All right, I want to thank those of you who chatted in. Mystic, Aurora, Fireside. I think that's one of our friends who changed their name, is it? Yes. Yes. Is that Storyteller? How you doing? Historious Official, thank you. Level 5 is, yeah, that's the collaboration. Project Laboratory Music, thank you for coming through. All right. Well, happy holidays. I wish you a happy 2026. I will be back to share more ideas, but the anti-AI movement, they're going down. They're going down. And I'm not against people not wanting AI. What I am against is half truth, falsities, and just misguidedness. You got to get educated. Anti-AI movement, it's okay to hold your position. I'm not trying to force you to change your position, but come with something better because the stealing is falling flat and the it's taking jobs is also falling flat. Let me be honest. The people using AI to create music, how many of them would go all out to hire a musician or musicians and a studio? So who is it stealing from? Anyway, I leave you with that thought. I'll see you folks later. Take care. Au revoir.
It's just a harmless little keyboard, 2 octaves. Or is it? The sound from this thing is quite impressive. Let's check it out.
Hello, my awesome friends. I hope you're doing well. Happy 2026. For those of you that have not run into me this year, I want to say happy 2026. I hope you're doing well. Today, we've got a surprise for our friends who have not gone to the bright side yet. That keeps people scratching their heads for sure. What do I mean by the bright side? Well, the bright side refers to our membership. There's a lot of perks that we have, but we wanted to share some of those with our subscribers who are not members so that they will experience the joys of being in a more conducive environment. That's one. And two, so that you'll be fully focused on optimizing your SUNO game. So today, before we get done, I will introduce you to a brand new world of prompts and tools that you might have seen on philc.net. But if you go to philc.net, they're not there anymore. I'd like to welcome you to our new safe haven for creatives. And this safe haven is music and inspiration coming together. Because my goal is to inspire you and help you get ready for what is to come. Now, what do I mean by what is to come? It sounds rather foreboding, right? Well, what is to come is a world of music where it will no longer depend solely on instrumentation and singing and the brand of musicianship that we know today. Now, the brand of musicianship we know today is slave away on your instrument, get extremely good on your instrument, slave away on that microphone, get good with your pipes, know how to control your pipes, right? Your vocal cords, know how to produce sound, know when to cut back and when to go hard and when to go into falsetto mode and when to use chest voice and when to use head voice and maybe even mixed voice. There's an art, and honestly, nothing in my mind replaces the joy of that. You got to understand, I'm a musician, so I'm biased. But for those people who cannot use their vocal cords, for those people who are not able to sit at a piano, for those people who are not able to pick up a guitar anymore and hold that ridiculous F major chord, that chord, that was the worst of the worst. My hands ached for days. And I'm not talking about the half-baked F major chord. You guitar players know what I'm talking about. The half-baked F chord, just holding down the first two strings. No, that's not F major. F major, you hold down everything with that index finger. That's what I'm talking about. Well, not everybody can do that. With age, with mobility impairments, I know this for a fact because I had a torn rotator cuff in 2025. It was horrendous. It was horrible. So I've learned not to judge people's disposition to music. For those who want to go into the world of AI music and they want to explore it and they want to take it to that next level, I am not going to begrudge them, my friends. I'm going to let them do what they want to do. And for that reason, I have created the safe haven that I call Music Spiration. That's right, Music Spiration. Now, if you go to AI Music Tools, you'll see that this is no longer what it used to be. It has changed. So when you click on AI Tools Haven, all AI prompts have been moved to musicspiration.com. Now, when you click on musicspiration.com, it takes you to a platform. And this platform is where I'm going to be stashing and stacking a lot of tools for you guys and girls. All you need to do, zero cost. Okay?
This isn't like, oh, let me get you in and then I'll ask you to pay. No, as soon as you get in, the same tools that we had on philc.net and more, they're going to be available right here on AI Creatives Haven. All right. So again, if you go to philc.net and you click on AI Tools Haven, you want to click that link, you want to log in, and you are going to have the same treasure trove of awesome tools and more, because there's always something cooking in my lab. So my friends, why don't we do that? Okay, going down to musicspiration.com. I'm going to drop this in the chat for those of you who just want to be able to readily click on it. All right, Chill Panic, how you doing? Phoenix, I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Always good to see you. Phoenix Benjamin knows a lot of the Rich Man Media. I like that. I like that. Rich Man Media. I like that. Rich Man Media. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. I love it. I love it. I'm excited. I'm excited that people are checking out these things. So when you log in with your Google account, it's going to log you in to the platform where I built all this. It's going to log you in and you're going to find Phill the Creator's AI Creative Safe Haven. Eventually, I will introduce more tools. I'll introduce more concepts, and I'll allow creatives to share more ideas as time goes on. What I ask for is that you subscribe to my channels. Just subscribe. If you at any point wish to support me as I make these tools freely available, please go ahead and do that. Okay. But I have, first of all, the prompt starter. And I'm going to demonstrate how the prompt starter works. The prompt starter is a forward tool. And it's what you saw in a very lackluster. I just had them as a list of things. But now I have modified it. It looks a little bit more appealing. So when you get into prompt starter, actually, let's play around with this for a little bit. We'll go to SUNO. We'll play around with it. So let's say you want any genre, maybe world and acoustic. It will show you all the one-liner prompts that are available. One of the reasons why I decided to move this over, I started getting a lot of feedback that it doesn't appear as people would like to on a phone, or it was difficult. So as opposed to going here, which was a computer, I decided to put in this environment. So here we go. Let's take a look. Mediterranean folk. So you just take that, you copy it. It's already copied. You go into SUNO, it's straight into styles. You don't even need to think too much. Thinking has been done for you. What you're doing is using your intellect to make a choice between all of these. Okay? And to help you further, I've introduced filters. The way this was before, it was just a PDF, big old PDF. But now it has some more intelligence. I've also filtered it into tempos, low, medium, and high. So if you want something high tempo, click on that, and you'll see what is available. You also clear the filters. It just makes it more usable for newbies. So if you go into SUNO just straight away like this, and put in the title, and you don't even need to do that much. I know some folks will still go to advanced options to either add a melody, so you can add a melody if you want it, or you could just go straight away like that. But you know, I'm trying to get you equipped to be a champion. So as far as audio, I encourage it. I encourage audio. Just hit record and just anything you want. So you can hum it, you can play it on your instrument, anything. Let's take it for a test spin. Ooh, 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 Ooh. It's a melody, right? Cover, continue. It's on a minor key. I don't know what the key is, but again, I don't need to know because SUNO knows. SUNO's going to figure it out, right? And there's my little clip. Okay. And it actually got the ooze. I could go a step further and say, I'm so glad I'm taking a breather. Nothing gonna get me down. Because I'm in my safe haven. Let me change this. I feel I'm in heaven. You got to get that rhyme in, right? You got to get that rhyme. All right. Now we're done. It's just an experiment. Let's put Mediterranean in here again. And boom. It makes a world of difference. Trust me, it makes a world of difference. Because I know SUNO is great. But in order to kick SUNO into high gear, you got to have the right gear. And this right here is your gear. You got to get it in high gear. Let's take a listen. The melody. Oh, I'm sorry. I got so carried away. I forgot I hadn't activated the volume. Oh dear. Okay, let's take it for a test run again. I know you're chomping at the bit, waiting to hear. It was not intentional. Let's do it. See what a prompt does? Same melody I put in.
I'm so glad. I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven.
That guitar is crazy. Love it.
I'm so glad. I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven.
Not bad. So honestly, sometimes less is more. So this is the very first of the apps, right? The second one is a world music generator, which is more robust. Now, contrary to what a lot of the haters say, oh, you're so lazy, you just do whatever you like and type any old prompt. Well, do you know the level of thinking you need to have to go through these 9 parameters. You got the continent, you got to make up your mind which one. You got to decide the specific tradition and everything else. It takes some time to really go through this. And honestly, my goal is to use this as an education instrument. I'm really big on the democratization of music, which is why this is right in line with my strategy. Let me make it very clear. I want people to have a blast. I want people to enjoy their music. I don't want the restrictions, because I know a lot of people want to put restrictions on you. You're not educated. You haven't learned how to read. Why are you doing that? You're stupid. Why are you doing that? You don't even understand music. You can't even sing. That's what people say. And that has got to stop, because I've got a surprise for those people. In the next 50 years, if you've been watching my 50-year series, what I have discovered is the emerging generation is changing their musical taste. They care about the music more than they care about the author. You get what I'm saying? If the music sounds great, they absorb it, they enjoy it. If the music is whack and it's created by a human, they ain't gonna listen. They're gonna turn that thing off quicker than you can blink. So I am positioning people for the next wave of music, which is you being a sonic sculptor. Ultimately, that's what you want to get to. Right now, these prompt generators, they're taking you into the prompt curator level, which is good. I want you to be a good prompt curator. You got to know what works and what doesn't. You got to know which of these, you got to be highly intentional. And there's some of these that you may not know, but you can have a music education by going through these apps. All right, so that's the World Music Prompt Generator. I've demoed that before. Then the one that excites me, this is the one that I'm going to take to the nth degree tonight. So pay close attention. This one is extremely valuable because it will enable you generate a voice that you want for your persona in SUNO. So let's click on Vocal Prompt Designer. So for me, there's a voice style that I like. It's more, I could say it could be any genre, all right? It could be cool jazz, it could be neo soul. So I'm going to choose a male vocal, and I want it to be ethereal and airy. That's always been one of my favorite voices. Claude McKnight, Take 6, Michael Franks. You don't hear a lot, voices like that. And Pharrell, he's got that timbre. I like that timbre. And perhaps it's because when I go into falsetto mode, that's the kind of tone that I want to get. So let's go into falsetto. Let's go into bright and clear. Let's go into laid back and casual, or intimate and whispered. That will be an interesting one. I've not really tried that. Lyrical theme, introspective, melancholy, and let's say kept completely dry and close, because I want to be able to take my stems and use them. So we'll say English, generate vocal prompt, and let's copy. All right, you following along? Any questions so far? Is it making sense? All right. Oh, really? Richman Media, type into me. Let me know what your pastor said. It's time for the peculiar ones to arise. I love that. I'm not looking to be ordinary or the same. Steve Jobs says, here's to the misfits. Steve Jobs, he had quite a mindset. He said, why join the Navy when you can be a pirate? Arr! Why would you join the Navy when you can be a rebel? Now, he wasn't talking literally about the Navy that we love so much in the United States and other countries. It's a metaphor, okay? Why follow the crowd when you can be bad all by yourself? That's the idea. And honestly, the way AI is going, I know a lot of the Puritans, you're not happy. A lot of the, and I brought one of them on the show, one of my good friends, my mastering engineer. Those of you in membership, you watch David's videos. Awesome guy. And I feel bad. I really felt bad when, the tide began changing. It wasn't really AI that took the mastering engineers' jobs. It was Pro Tools and the changing taste in musicians who felt, well, I guess I'll just throw an isotope on it. So long before Lander, isotope and its plugins were already making people gravitate towards doing it yourself. And I'm not saying they're getting it right, doing it themselves, but I'm saying that we can't blame AI for taking the job of the mastering engineer. Now, on the flip side, the mix engineer, yeah, AI is coming for those jobs as well. And when I say it's coming for the jobs, it's coming in the form of a mix engineer who knows how to apply AI. Anyway, I'm going to talk about that more. But I love mixing. Don't get me wrong. People in those days would say, Phill, we want you to do the mix because I have ears that work. Anyway, enough said. Let's go to our vocal prompt, copy it, and go into SUNO. Here we go. Going into styles. Let's put that. And now we are going to write a different kind of song. So let's put an intro and use your square bracket prompts so that SUNO doesn't try anything shifty. Okay. Going up. Going up. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right. So here we go into a verse. Okay. And some of you who've been on the channel long enough, you know my writing style. My writing style is extremely simple when I'm in a simple mood. Sometimes I could get into some more difficult prose, but I'm going to use a very simple approach for this. And let's see. Let's put in a few words. Sailing high, sky high. That's the chorus. Just those four, actually it's 3 words. 3 words. Just over and over again. You know, one of the things I like to see is what SUNO does with my words. Now, as far as a melody, just want to give a shout out to Lost in Translation podcast and Nitin and Cynthia, also KP and Miami Blues for coming through. Got a question about SUNO. There are going to be some days, my friends, you gotta pack up shop, go sleep, come back the next day. SUNO is as right as rain. Now, when that happens with version 5, what I would recommend is trying out version 4.5. They're usually not both bad on the same day. And what I mean by that is you may be getting unfavorable performance from it, but it's not going to stay that way the next day. I normally see that blip on the radar maybe once, and then when I see that, I know, okay, SUNO's had enough of me. It's usually on a day when I've beaten the hell out of it. So I just come back the next day and it's a lot better. I would also recommend not allowing that to drown your creativity. If there's a song that you want to create, well, you could try other tools just to at least get the idea rolling, like a producer AI, like a Tunee, and then just come back. Because, SUNO is the ultimate, to be honest, especially when it comes to very complex music. So I would say give it some time. Just come back the next day. Hope that makes sense. Original You see, when I talk about prime beef prompts, you know what a prime beef prompt is? It's a prompt that isn't tofu. It's real chicken. It's original. It's original. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't matter how scrawny that chicken is, it's not tofu. I love tofu, don't get me wrong. But in this context, I want prime beef. I want prime beef. I want a prime beef prompt, or it's buffalo. You get what I'm saying? It's not tofu. It's not that imitation stuff. It's yours. It has your handwriting all over it. And I don't care, even if you said, Phill, I'm off key. SUNO knows what to do with it. Some of you, you're scared of your own voice. I sound bad. Look, forget that. Just do what you can. Anyone who can sing Mary Had a Little Lamb can hum a tune, just a different tune. It's time to get creative. Look, I think those who use the audio stuff in SUNO and bring their own melody to the table, I think they'll be sounding more original, because you know how many people use SUNO? You know how many people use the same old prompts? Anyway, enough said. Let's crank it up. Let's go next level. Neo soul male vocal. So what I'm going to do here is I'm gonna hit male because I want it to be a male vocal, and we're just going to hit create. Boom. Let's create it. When all is said and done, we are going to have a voice. Hopefully, if SUNO version 5 behaves itself, we're going to have a voice, and we're going to lock in our persona. And hopefully it's going to sound different from what a lot of people do. A lot of people don't use these tools. This will distinguish you from those who just use SUNO out of the box. And honestly, not everybody should even want to do this. This is for those of you who want to go to a level 5 on my scale. You know what I'm talking about? For those of you that haven't read my AI taxonomy, find my AI taxonomy on this thing. Under AI leadership, the Phill AIM taxonomy, I have gradations of levels. Some people, they're level 0, they ain't using anything AI, and then he goes all the way to a level 8. Read the taxonomy, understand where you are. But some of you are right. You really want to use AI properly, and this will be for you. Let's check this out. Here we go. That's my melody right there. Yes, sir.
I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven. Yeah, go, go ahead.
Check that out.
I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe house. Sailing high, sky high. 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 Sailing high, sky high.
That was sick.
Go, 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 go.
All right, let's backtrack and hear what was fed. SUNO got the pitch. Exactly, got the key. SUNO is a crazy tool, but it wouldn't have done this if I didn't feed it a prime beef prompt. My goodness. Prime beef prompts in audio, original, flawed, but who cares? SUNO knows what to do with your original ideas, and then you supersize it with music inspiration. You just get crazy output. I'm sorry. I get carried away with these things. Let's listen.
Go,
Yes, sir.
go, go,
Version 2.
go, go, yeah. Going up, going up better. Go ahead, go ahead up, go ahead up, go ahead up, go ahead, go ahead. I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe harbor. Yeah. Sailing high, sky high, sky high, sky high, sky high, sky high, sailing high, sky high, sky high, sky high.
I'm telling you, SUNO is one of the craziest tools around. So I like both of them. I kind of like what the first one gave me a little bit more, and I like the harmonies. So to take this to the next level, my friends, you're going to hit those three dots over there, all right? And then you are going to build your own persona. You're going to hit make persona. It's only available if you got a pro and premier account. So now I'm going to call this let's see. Let me see if I can get way just the vocals are going at it. No background, just one melody, one melodic voice. Nah.
Nothing gonna get me down. Yeah. Go.
So all that's not going to work because you need just a singular voice, no harmony.
Nothing gonna get sky high, sailing high, sailing high, sailing high. Go. Nothing gonna get go.
Seems like I'm going to have to cut it around here. Okay. So, my friends, what I'm doing now is I'm going to build this persona. In the interest of time, I'm going to use what I have. Otherwise, I would have done more iterations to get a wider expanse without background vocals. I could have actually done a negative prompt, no background vocals, just a lead vocal, but that's okay. I'm going to name my persona Frank. Okay. I'm going to take it off public. Always take your personas off public so no one else can have access, except you want to share them with the world, and there's nothing wrong in that. So let's say male vocals and get rid of this. Okay. And get rid of most of this. I just leave enough for me to remember. Just say male smooth folks. All right, and let's see. Let's prompt SUNO to generate an image. A cool guy wearing a hat and leather jacket. You know, you can get SUNO to generate the appearance of your persona, which is a really nice touch that SUNO has. So let's generate our guy. There he is. Okay. And just hit continue and save it. And there's your persona. There's Frankie Frankie's your persona. So now, when you want to create additional tracks, all you need to do is use Frankie, just like that. Okay? All right. So if I wanted to create something else, let's go in here. Let's go back to Safe Haven. Let's use the supersizer and let's create, let's go for something. Let's use rock. I just like using rock as a contrast because it's very difficult for you to not notice the consistency when you choose something as starkly different as rock versus neo soul. Right. So let's see. We also have structure here, but I'll just say a build up or free form. You can always experiment with these to get the best bang for your buck. Hit generate. Let's copy that. Let's go into SUNO. So we already have Frankie selected as a persona. Yeah, which is why he's not there. We're going to get rid of the style. And instead of that, we're going to put in a rock prompt. It's going to be pretty much same lyrics, even though I could write. I'm going to crank the audio influence all the way up because we want that persona to be present. And we're just going to say rock. Okay, now the idea is to get a consistent voice by using the persona, and that's why we cranked the audio influence all the way up. Now, what I could do if I wanted Frankie to just sing a brand new melody, I could take away the audio influence. But if I did that, I would still keep the audio influence for the persona way up. So let's say this is rock version 2. Because what I've noticed is if you keep the melody in the audio hanging around, it may not be so starkly different. So this is an experiment for version 2. All right, so now we have Frankie singing a rock ballad. Got 2 versions of it. Let me name this number 1. I really like how SUNO has improved the editing ability of the tool. And I'm sorry, I'm not looking at both screens. So let me get caught up with what you folks were saying. See what SUNO does when you input ad-lib vocals. Interesting. Oh, ad-lib lyrics. Oh, ad-lib. Like in the middle of the song? That would have been interesting. Yeah, for sure. Separate the vocal. Oh yeah, that would be very interesting. Yep. All right, let's see what else I missed. Richman Media said, I face backlash from other creators, but I realize it roots to their pride. That's very true. There's a lot of pride in the community. I ain't gonna lie. A lot of pride, a lot of self-righteousness. Mister, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah. We're doing awesome. We're just testing out the new music inspiration platform. So the tools, Mister, if you missed it, I know you use the superior tools, but in the AI tools haven, which is what replaces all these tools that were on philc.net, we've moved it to musicspiration.com. And when you get to musicspiration.com, it takes you straight into Phill the Creator's AI Creative Safe Haven. I'm going to be dropping a lot of nuggets, ideas, future thoughts, and I'm going to also be introducing some other creative ways for you to exploit the power in SUNO, UDIO, and other tools. Yes, even UDIO as time goes on. Because I know that there will be other creatives who don't mind going back into UDIO. And I've gone back into UDIO myself. So it doesn't bother me. Not everybody needs to be in there, but there are going to be some folks that want to try stuff out, and that's okay. All right. All right, let's take a listen to what we created. Here's the first one.
So glad I feel I'm in. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven.
I just realized I was on mute. I was saying that's not bad, but it would have to be really soft for me to even consider this rock.
Go ahead. I'm so glad I feel.
So what I want you to notice is it's the same voice timbre. There's consistency in the voice timbre.
Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe heaven.
So not bad. Okay. I got a question from our friend Aurora, who was a storyteller, changed name, but storyteller was the original name. And storyteller asked a question: how do I get the SUNO tool to make the voice consistent and do several songs, several albums? And that's the way you design your voice using the tool that I just showed you in the Creative Haven, right? Use your vocal prompt, create the voice you want, design the voice you want. And once you've gotten the voice you want, go into SUNO, create a song with that voice, and then create a persona and use that persona for the songs go forward. Let's listen to this one. Different melody, same lyrics, but this time I'm giving SUNO the creative go-ahead to change the melody. So it's a very different mood.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven. Going up, going up. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven. Sailing high, sky high, sailing high, sky high, sailing high, sky high, sailing high, sky high.
Okay, so my friends, over the past number of minutes, we've been looking at how to maximize these tools that we have in Music Inspiration, showing you how to design your voice, go into SUNO, create a song with it, And now you got a persona. And honestly, this persona could be used for anything. Let's go ahead and put a very simple prompt. Let's go back in here and let's go to the supersizer. I'll just do one more variation. Let's see. I find that in there. No. I think let's go back. Let's go back to maybe my world music generator. Americas. Not here. There's a lot to explore over here, by the way. Sometimes it. Okay, let's see. World. Yes, Latin is what I'm looking for. All right. Oh, samba. Oh, all right. Let's do a samba. I love samba. So let's get rid of this. We're going to replace it with this simple classic prompt, and still same thing. Let me see. I want to borrow an idea from our friend KP, and the idea was ad lib. Let me see if I can take that prompt that KP shared in there. Oh dear, I think might be having some issues with my connectivity. Yeah, I want to try the ad lib thing. Yes. Let me see. And I do apologize. I've got some issues with my connectivity. I'm going to try what KP dropped in. Let's see, where is it? Ad lib lyrics. Or ad lib vocals. I'm very sorry, my friends. I keep dropping. I've got a very poor connection tonight. I apologize for that. Let me put this up here. Ad lib vocals, something like that. Okay, let's see what it does. I've never tried this before, so this is interesting. Samba, male vocal. Okay, very sorry, my internet connection is very, very poor tonight. Let's see what it does for this samba version. I think I'm experiencing some really, really bad connectivity. Okay. Nonetheless, let's go ahead. I used the samba prompt just in case you missed it. I went into the app selection. Samba is what I'm going for. And now we're back in SUNO, and here we go. Same voice, so you see that there's consistency in that voice.
Going up, going up. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Hey, I'm so glad. I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven. Going up, going up. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I'm so glad. I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven. Sailing high, sky high. Sailing high, sky high. Sailing high,
has any of you noticed that recently it seems like Suno is getting a little bit stingy with duration? That was just 1 minute. Back in the day, this could have given me easily a 2 minute song. So I don't know what's going on with Suno. It seems like they make little tweaks and then things change. I don't know. This is 54 seconds. For all of this, 54 seconds? Very strange. But anyway, let's check it out.
Go and up, go and up, go ahead, go ahead. I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven. Going up, going up, go ahead, go ahead. I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven. Sailing high, sky high, sailing high, sky.
Okay, I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's going much too fast. And this is where you may have to put on your reiteration hat and just hit create again and see what it comes up with. But over the past number of minutes, I've been demonstrating to you musicspiration.com, where you can go in and you know that everything's in one place. You got your prompt starter, world music, vocal prompt, the prompt supersizers here, and your regular music prompt generator. And I've added a little bit of variety, okay, in here. So go in there and have an absolute blast when you do, okay? That's really it for tonight as far as the AI Creatives Haven is concerned. I just wanted to demo it. And then I also wanted to show you how you can keep those voices consistent. Let's see what the second prompt round is.
Going up, going up, go ahead, go ahead. I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven. Going up, going up, go ahead. Oh, hey. I'm so glad I feel I'm in heaven. Nothing gonna get me down because I'm in my safe haven.